Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 13th, 2026 meeting of the Brighton Town Board. I'm Bill Maley, Brighton Town Supervisor, here with the Town Board, and I am calling this meeting to order. Please rise if you are physically able to do so. If not, please rise in spirit. For the pledge to the flag, I will invite Councilmember Sanguinetti to lead us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let me tell everybody what we're going to do first. We have a couple of, this is the best part of this job, swearing in new police officers to the Brighton Police Department. So that's how we will begin our meeting tonight. Chief?
Dan, Chris. Not in here. Well, I think it's fitting tonight that this ceremony is taking place during Police Week, a moment where we honor our fallen heroes and celebrate the officers who serve with courage and integrity. This week reminds us of the responsibility carried by those who wear the badge, and we are proud to see our newest officers join that tradition of duty and commitment. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity, as I always do, to be able to introduce new officers to the community, and I'm glad there are so many here in the community tonight to witness this, along with the media, to see the caliber of officers that we have serving and willing to serve this community. I also want these officers to take their oath in front of the entire community, including their family members, to convey the gravity of their responsibilities. All the officers we hire have been through a rigorous selection process, which includes an initial written testing, psychological screening, medical exams, and meeting minimum physical and agility requirements. Once those requirements are met, they are interviewed by our citizen interview panel, which has been in place for 5 years. After that, they earn a chance to attend the police academy. Both of these officers this evening here started with the Brighton Police Department on May 2nd of 2025, over 1 year ago. It was 1 year of combined academic classroom and field training. Then after that, entry into the police academy, which is, again, only a chance to succeed. It is not a given. Not everybody who started their journey are here tonight with them. As you begin your career, success is not a given. You have to give it your best effort each and every day. Officer Dan Newman comes to us with prior experience as a security officer and knowledge of first responder and public safety training. Officer Newman was presented with the top overall award from his class, which is a great accomplishment. It is the first time, if I recall, in my 25-plus years here in the department that someone has earned that honor. Congratulations. Officer Christopher Mueller comes to us with a background from the United States Army. I was waiting for that. As a Specialist E4, where he served from 2016 to 2019 at Fort Drum. During his service, he received numerous commendations and awards and was deployed to Afghanistan with his unit. Christopher completed his service and was honorably discharged. I look forward to both of them serving and growing in their new careers. Dan, if you'd step forward and do the honors. I'll let you position wherever you need to go to where it can be seen on camera.
All right, Chris, we'll go first. We'll go off belt forward. That's just 6, 7 steps back. Actually, I want to make sure Tim can. I know, family, you okay for your pictures? Back around the other side of the, wherever you guys want to go to get your picture at the time. Got everybody? I just need to throw it. You got the rest. I, Christopher Mueller,
I, Christopher Mueller,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution of the United States
to support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and will faithfully discharge the duties
of Brighton Police Officer
of the Brighton Police Officer
according to the best of my abilities.
according to the best of my abilities.
Microphone's yours if you want it. Congratulations.
I just want to thank the staff for giving me this opportunity in the town of Brighton and my family for sticking by my side. So thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Next up, family, come on up. Don't be shy. All right. I, Daniel Newman,
I, Daniel Newman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to protect the Constitution of the United States,
to protect the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of Brighton Police Officer
of Brighton Police Officer
according to the best of my abilities.
according to the best of my abilities. A little something. So, good evening, everyone. I want to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to Chief Catholdi and the command staff, Captain Caraballo and Captain Karch, and the Brighton Town Board for this incredible opportunity. Standing here today, being officially sworn in as a member of the Brighton Police Department, is the fulfillment of a long-held dream and the start of a chapter I take very seriously. The journey to this podium has been anything but easy. Over the last year, my fellow recruits and I have pushed ourselves to the absolute limit. From the early mornings at the academy to the grueling physical training and the intense mental demand of learning the law, every day was a lesson in discipline and resilience. Beyond the tactics and textbooks, this past year has taught me the value of our community here in Brighton. I've learned that being a police officer in Brighton isn't just about enforcement, it's about being a steady, reliable presence for our neighbors during the most difficult times. To my family, I thank you for standing by me throughout these long days and the stress of the training cycle. I wouldn't be here without your support. I'm honored to serve this town, and I promise to perform my duties with integrity, compassion, and a commitment to keeping Brighton safe and welcome for everyone. Thank you very much.
Mr. Supervisor, I know you know it's Police Week, and I know you may have a proclamation and may want to say a few words. What a great week this has been. We started out on Monday at the City of Rochester's ceremony honoring their fallen. Today, myself and Supervisor Maley kicked off the Citizens Police Academy, and it's a great way to end the evening celebrating these new officers. Mr. Supervisor.
Thank you, Chief. There is no finer police department in the entire state of New York than the Brighton Police Department, and I'm so pleased to have two new members joining this great team, serving this community. It is quite a process, and in particular, the civilian board review of every officer that comes in with us. It really is an indication of how seriously the Brighton Police Department takes the concept of community policing. So thank you for your leadership, Chief and command staff, and welcome aboard. And it is Police Week. So Chief, why don't you, in fact, come on, all three of you, come on up. Any of the officers here in the room. And this is a proclamation in honor of National Police Week 2026. Whereas, since 1962, National Police Week has been celebrated to recognize and honor police officers and to pay special tribute to those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Whereas the important work of our police and their resolute commitment to duty is always evident and greatly needed as we continue the difficult social transition away from the pandemic and into a tumultuous landscape fraught with increasingly challenging criminal acts. Whereas, regardless of danger, police work directly with the community, knowing they may find themselves in peril at any moment. And yet, the Brighton Police Department approaches every call with a high level of professionalism, serving this community with respect, dedication, and distinction. Whereas we are proud of our Brighton police officers for their commitment to community-based policing, their work on recognizing and addressing mental health issues in a safe and productive manner, and dedication to serving this community every day and night. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, William W. Maley, Brighton Town Supervisor, and the members of the Brighton Town Council do hereby proclaim and recognize May 10th and May 16th as National Police Week in the town of Brighton, and sincerely thank our police officers for all the sacrifices they make to keep us safe. This proclamation is signed today, the 13th day of May, 2026, by myself and by all of the members of the town board, and I am very pleased. That's going to slide right off. Very pleased to present it to you, Chief, and to the Brighton Police Department. The Chief mentioned the start of the police academy, and last night we were at the Brighton Central School District. The school district periodically recognizes Brighton believers, and one of our crossing guards, I'll talk about it a little more later, was recognized as a Brighton believer. So all really appropriate for Police Week, and we're really pleased to be able to do this recognition. Thank you. Thank you. And it's a good transition then to Emergency Medical Services Week. Michael Pollack, where are you? There you are. Just as we honor the Brighton Police Department, Brighton Volunteer Ambulance is also an essential part of our first response team in this community. A lot of places are really struggling to continue to provide EMS service in their communities. But thanks to so much work that Brighton Volunteer Ambulance has been doing, again, community engagement, you've been finding the right people to do the work, and that is so important to this community. So we are proud to honor Brighton Volunteer Ambulance and celebrate Emergency Medical Services Week. Whereas the town of Brighton is committed to the safety of its residents and recognizes that EMS is a necessary public service, the value of which is priceless. And whereas the members of EMS teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, dramatically improving the survival and recovery rates of those who experience sudden illness or injury. Whereas this year's theme, Improving Outcomes Together, underscores the collective effort it takes to serve each patient and the medical knowledge and skills of EMS workers that make it possible to successfully bridge the gap between the moment of emergency to the handoff at the hospital. Whereas today we honor Brighton Volunteer Ambulance, which has served the town of Brighton since 1986 in partnership with our police department and fire departments, and which provides the highest quality EMS care and community support programs. And whereas, whether career or volunteer, BVA workers engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills for the benefit of all of the people in Brighton. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, William W. Maley, Brighton Town Supervisor, and on behalf of all of the members of the Brighton Town Council, do hereby recognize May 17th through May 23rd as Emergency Medical Services Week in the town of Brighton, and commend Brighton Volunteer Ambulance for their unfailing commitment to quality service and determination to rise to every challenge. And this proclamation is signed this 13th day of May, 2026, by myself and by the members of the town board. Michael, thank you for all you do, all of your colleagues, and I'm proud to present this to you. And let's get out in front of the podium here so we can get a good shot.
I will try to keep it short. One, I'm National Police Week means a lot to me because I have 28 years of state service in sworn law enforcement. And I came out of this private security sector when I was working my way through school. So they're going to do great. And the best man at my wedding was a Brighton police sergeant over 40 years ago. So I've known the department and watched it grow. EMS, that's the next important topic here. One, on Sunday, May 17th, from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock p.m., is the Brighton Volunteer Ambulance Public Safety Family Fair. We have grown. First, it used to be a small occasion where we showed stuff, and then we brought in more and more to interest the community and to draw more people in. So yes, we have our partners from Brighton Fire and Brighton Police, but Monroe County Sheriffs are also our partner. New York State Police are also our partner. A lot of people don't realize that Interstate 390, 490, and 590 all travel through Brighton. Over 100,000 vehicles a day, according to the state DOT, travel through Brighton. And unfortunately, there's accidents and things like that. We respond to those things. We are also going to have Henrietta Fire, helps cover West Brighton. We have just a variety of people coming, and there's going to be face painting and activities for the kids, a bounce house, and good weather, they say. So fingers crossed. And on Tuesday, I'll be in Albany. It's the New York State EMS Memorial Service. Unfortunately, Brighton has an honoree on that wall, and that was our member, Zazak Zhang, who died at World Trade Center while giving care. And I've been going every year since 2004, except 1 year during COVID, to help pay honor to him for BVA, and I'll be back there this week. And Mr. Supervisor, thank you very much for your service and for everything you've done to help us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be there
Okay, looking
this
forward to
weekend.
it.
And the legacy of Zach Singh is truly an extraordinary one. And for Michael to, again, be able to honor him down there as part of that service is truly a tribute. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. And now I'm going to invite Monica Grabel to join me. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Thank you so much for being able to come tonight. May is Jewish American Heritage Month. And we know the Jewish community, in this community and in communities across the nation, face challenges. They face a rise in anti-Semitism. And hate, unfortunately, has been unleashed in all sorts of sectors of the community. Monica Gabel in Rochester, in Brighton, is part of the community that is pushing back. The Levine Center to End Hate, which is affiliated with the Jewish Federation of Greater Rochester, is an organization that hosts events, communicates, and shares the message that hate has no home here in Brighton, whether it's anti-Semitism or whether it's any of the other antis that we see all too often. So it is an honor to be able to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month, but it is also a great honor to be able to recognize you and the work you do for the Levine Center. I'll read this proclamation. Whereas, for over 350 years, Jewish Americans have contributed to the American landscape, helping shape our values and strengthening foundational tenets of our democracy, including the freedom of religion. And whereas, the story of the Jewish people is one of resilience, faith, and hope in the face of adversity, prejudice, and persecution, and that endurance has been woven into the fabric of this country. Whereas the town of Brighton is proud to be home to the majority of Jewish people in Monroe County and embraces the great contributions their history, culture, community activism, and organizations have had on our town. Whereas one such organization, the Levine Center to End Hate, improves the community by engaging all ages in learning about prejudice, the many forms it takes, and how to counter messages of hate. Whereas the Levine Center to End Hate maintains and makes accessible a history of the Holocaust, suitable for young school children, teens, and adults, and hosts a youth ambassador program that teaches career readiness, cultural literacy, and hate and bias prevention. Whereas importantly and especially during this perilous time, domestically and abroad, the Levine Center fosters understanding and connection among people throughout the greater Rochester area, creating events, programs, and trainings that challenge personal perspectives, deepen empathy, and inspire meaningful conversations. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, William W. Maley, Brighton Town Supervisor, and the members of the Brighton Town Council do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the town of Brighton. And we urge all Brightonians to stand together in peace, to reject hatred and ignorance, and to learn more about the many important contributions Jewish Americans make to benefit society. And this proclamation is signed this 13th May of May, 2026, by myself and by the members of the Brighton Town Board. Thank you, Monica.
I love coming here. It's so nice. Hello, I see friendly faces. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Supervisor and town board members and our esteemed law enforcement, especially our newbies. And all of you, first of all, Bill, I didn't realize it was going to be a full house tonight. And secondly, I'd just like to say, I only found out I was receiving this about an hour ago, so I did not prepare formal comments, and maybe that's for the best. I did want to say that I think the proclamation may be missing something. That we face, yes, bias and prejudice and hatred like many marginalized communities with dignity and with commitment to our future, but we have this incredible secret weapon called humor. And I think, Bill, you have recognized that in the past, and I appreciate that. And this could not come at a better time because just this morning somebody messaged me some screenshots that were incredibly hateful and about the Levine Center and about the Jewish Federation, and I just go to that place of humor and empathy and remind myself that there are more of us, there are more like-minded people in the world who want to see people are getting along. We want to share a society than not. And because that hurt my heart for a mere moment, I'm going to ask everybody that maybe on their way out tonight to maybe introduce yourself to someone you don't know, or maybe somebody you disagreed with this evening, maybe vehemently, perhaps just to share a handshake. It really goes a long way. And so, again, I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of the Jewish community of Brighton and the Jewish community of Rochester. This is quite an honor. Thank you so much, Bill.
We share a handshake, but believe me, it has nothing to do with bridging a gap of hate. May is also Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Those communities also play a significant role in Brighton and throughout the greater Rochester area. We are blessed with the diversity of these communities that bring so much to our culture, to the understanding that we have. Brighton is a special place. Most places aren't like Brighton. We are very fortunate to live here, and we are very fortunate to be able to recognize these important observances. I'll read this proclamation. Whereas in 1977, the U.S. Congress chose the beginning of May to commemorate the history and contributions of Asian American communities in our nation, and what was once a week-long celebration became a month-long celebration. And whereas the month of May was chosen to commemorate the first Japanese immigrants who came to the U.S. in 1843 and the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869, which was largely laid by Chinese immigrants. And whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month highlights the diversity of cultures, breadth of achievement, and remarkable contributions of these communities. Whereas this year's theme, Power in Unity, Strengthening Communities Together, there's that theme again of unity, of collaboration, of coming together. That theme, Power in Unity, Strengthening Communities Together, is meant to inspire this broad community to use the collective power of their stories and experiences to be bridge builders, making connections between people. There we are again. Thank you, Monica. Whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage enriches this country, adding a wealth of ideas, perspectives, and traditions to the mosaic of people who live in the United States and depend on the great democratic ideals of our Constitution. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, William W. Maley, Brighton Town Supervisor, and the members of the Brighton Town Council do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the town of Brighton, and urge our residents to explore the many cultures and histories of the diverse communities being honored this month. And this proclamation is signed the 13th day of May, 2026. We don't have anybody here receiving this proclamation because we will be presenting it on Friday, this coming Friday, right here in this room at noon, where we will be hosting a panel on the importance of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Month with what I think is a really powerful and meaningful panel of participants. So you are all invited noon Friday right here in this room to listen and learn. And finally, I know when I think of bike enthusiasts, I think of my colleague Christine Corrado. So I'm going to ask you to join me up here. And why don't we
Read together?
read
Sure.
paragraph by paragraph? Whereas May is National Bike Month, which also includes Bike to Work Week from May 11th through May 17th, and Bike to Work Day on May 15th, during which we invite people of all ages and abilities to choose cycling as a preferred mode of transportation on Brighton's streets and trails, as well as in our neighborhoods and business districts. And
Whereas biking is fun, brings people together, encourages discovery, and fosters community engagement while improving our health and allowing us to integrate physical activity into our daily routines, getting us to where we need to go, and
whereas biking is green and good for the earth, curbs our carbon footprint, thereby reducing air pollution and reliance on non-renewable energy sources, as well as saves money by cutting parking, gas, and other driving costs while reducing traffic congestion. And
whereas bicycling is a core component of Brighton's local transportation system, and we are committed to prioritizing and implementing bicycle infrastructure on our streets and trails to create a safer, more accessible community, promote that individual health benefit, advance climate goals, and enhance public safety. And
whereas we recognize the bicycle as a preferred means of transportation and recreation year-round, and we encourage residents and visitors to enjoy our local parks and trail systems, as well as restaurants, hotels, recreational facilities, and retail establishments by bike. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, William W. Maley, Brighton Town Supervisor, and the members of the Brighton Town Council do hereby proclaim and recognize May as National Bike Month in the town of Brighton, and invite everyone to choose bicycling as a safe, efficient, and sustainable way to travel throughout our town. And this proclamation is, again, signed this 13th day of May, 2026, by the two of us as well as the entire town board. And we can get out front for a photo. Christine, do you want to talk about an upcoming event?
I would love to talk about an upcoming event, because nothing is more fun than riding a bike with a whole bunch of friends, new friends, old friends, and everything in between. Brighton is very lucky to be hosting its third year of community bike rides in collaboration with Reconnect Rochester and their cycling specialist. We have routes laid out that will show you how to get around Brighton without having to worry about heavy traffic, scary crossings. You get to learn all the ins and outs of the town that you already know and love in other ways. I am grateful to my colleague Nate Salzman for sponsoring one of the three rides. I've sponsored another, and our county legislature representative Sue Hughes Smith is sponsoring the third. So the first ride kicks off Friday afternoon, or early evening, at 6:30 at Town Park, just down the road here. Bring your bike, give it a good check, make sure you've got the ABCs covered, air in the tires, your brakes are functional, super important, and that your chain stays on and runs properly around. If you can't handle that, that's okay. We will all help each other. That's the other wonderful thing about riding bikes. People on bikes like to help other people on bikes. So Brighton's trails are expanding, our bike infrastructure is expanding, our partners at the state and the county are helping with that, and I encourage everyone to get on a bike this week, and if you do it this week, do it again next week, and next week, and next week, and next, and we'll just cycle on into infinity.
I
owe you a check.
It is warm in here, I'm sweating. Okay, that completes our 5 proclamations for tonight, but we still have one more presentation to be made, and that is from our independent auditing firm, MMB, which will be presented by Mike DeBatz from that firm. We appreciate all the work that you have put into and your team in preparing these financials and preparing and presenting the audit. Brighton has a long history of exceptional fiscal strength. For 4 straight years, the town of Brighton has earned a perfect score for fiscal strength from the New York State Comptroller's Office, which rates all municipalities throughout the state. And getting that perfect score 4 years in a row is no small accomplishment. We've also earned a AA2 bond rating from Moody's, reflecting that financial strength, which reduces on an ongoing basis our cost of borrowing. So the Finance Committee of the Town Board heard a presentation from Mike last week, but every year I think it's important to have our independent audit presented to the community as a whole. So Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As Supervisor mentioned, I was out last week to meet with the Finance Committee, went through the audit of the financial statements, actually several audits that we presented on the town's operations for 2025. And, you know, the scores that he was mentioning from the Comptroller's Office won't be out for a couple of months still for 2025, but I've got a feeling that the towns might be looking at year number 5 with no points on that score. So it's very good. You know, overall, you know, just to hit a couple of highlights, the general fund balance did increase the undesignated fund balance by just a little bit under $500,000, a little bit smaller of an increase than we've seen the last few years. Very positive. Again, you know, not as large as we've seen the last few years, but very positive, very good year for the town in 2025. Really driven by very strong interest earnings and sales tax revenues. So those 2 items were about $1.3 million over the anticipated budget. So that's what led to the increase in the undesignated fund balance, despite the town appropriating funds to balance the budget and limit that impact on the taxpayers through the budgeting process. So, you know, overall, financially, very good year, I would say. You know, one thing, big change, big new thing in 2025 was all the work being done on the town hall renovation, which brings us here for the meeting tonight. You know, the town spent just under $9 million on that project in 2025, as that's continuing. And the town did spent just under $3 million in federal funding during 2025. So there was an additional audit that we prepared, a single audit for the federal funds that the town received. We had no findings or no question costs in that audit. In addition to the financial statements, we also did a few audits on specific departments that we do annually, the town clerk's office, the tax receiver's office, the court system, and all very, very clean audits, no findings in those audits. So operations are running smoothly and efficiently, and there's good systems of checks and balances. So, you know, very positive meeting, audits this year, and I would anticipate, like you said, another clean score from the Comptroller's Office when those are released here pretty soon. Anybody on the town board have any questions on anything before I let you get on with your evening?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for coming out again. Thank you for the work you did. And kudos to our finance director, Earl Johnson, and his team. You obviously are in large part responsible for the fiscal strength that we show, but all of our department heads throughout Town Hall, each one of them are responsible for making sure that expenditures are done in a way that reflects a commitment to responsible fiscal management. And those of you that are here and the several of you that aren't here, you do that, and we appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. We will now begin the open forum portion of our meeting, which we hold at the beginning of every town board meeting. The open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning any matter relating to the town, whether or not it's an item that's on our agenda tonight. Once I finish these instructions, if you're here in the room and you'd like to speak during the open forum, please raise your hand. When I call on you, please come up to the podium to speak. If you are participating in the meeting remotely and you wish to speak during the open forum to the town board, you must first join this meeting on Teams. And there are detailed instructions for doing that on the town's webpage. If you'd like to speak remotely, once we finish our in-person speakers, use the raised hand function, and the host will unmute you and you'll be able to speak. I ask all speakers during the open forum, whether in person or remote, to please state your name and address before speaking. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and I will give you a 30-second warning before your time expires. We may not be able to answer the questions you ask right here, particularly if your question relates to a matter that's not on the agenda this evening. I know that many of you are here to discuss the town hall project, and I will be attempting to answer questions that you may have and providing accurate information about the project, but we want to hear you first. That's our goal at every town board meeting. We have this open forum. It's an opportunity to give you the opportunity to share your thoughts and listen to your words. So please direct your remarks to the town board and not to the room or to other speakers. Please avoid personal attacks and outbursts of any kind, including applause, boos, or the like, during the open forum, out of respect for the other speakers. Persons who do not follow these rules will be warned. Repeated failure to follow these rules or failure to follow other directions from the chair may result in your speaking privileges being ended, being directed to leave the meeting, or the early termination of the open forum, although I don't expect we'll have to do any of those things tonight. So, with that, the open forum is open. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the board this evening? Come on up. Again, if you would, please state your name and address.
Yes. My name is Tom Castelline. Here tonight with my wife Sandy. We've been residents at 190 Sylvan Road for 25 years. I'm an architect by profession, practicing in Rochester for 40-plus years. I'm here tonight to voice concerns regarding the design of Town Hall Phase 2 improvements. I'm aware of issues that have been previously raised to this board regarding things such as necessity of increased parking, removal of mature trees, other valid concerns. I would like to speak specifically to the importance of the sidewalk that links the end of Sylvan Road to the Town Hall property. Its important role and function, to me, appear to be overlooked in the plans that you're being asked to award tonight for implementation. This pathway may appear to be a minor element, but it is a very well-used pedestrian and cycling link, in honor of Bike Month, between the Roselawn neighborhood and the Town Hall campus. Moreover, it's a vital link used by not only Roselawn, but adjoining neighborhoods to the northeast of Monroe Avenue to access the Town Hall and destinations to the south and west. In the May issue of the Brighton Connections, which just reached our mailbox this week, Town Supervisor, you used your column to highlight the trail system in Brighton, most notably for this discussion, the Brickyard Trail, with its entry just across Elmwood from the Town Hall, which provides a non-auto access route to Buckland Park and other destinations. Elsewhere, the town proudly promotes its bike network, of which Sylvan Road is a designated bike boulevard. The Town Hall property is a critical node in these systems, but to me, there is an obvious and disconcerting absence of consideration of this in the Phase 2 improvement plans, or in fact, in any of the conceptual plans that have been developed to date for the Town Hall campus. To me, evidence of this is twofold. First, any serious design thought regarding anything north of the line of the Phase 2 parking lot pavement has been segmented and kicked down the road for Phase 3. But meanwhile, it appears to me that the town is painting itself into a corner with the Phase 2 design elements, limiting its ability to develop an appropriate design in Phase 3, one that responds to the amount of use that the Sylvan Path gets and the nature of that pedestrian and cycling movement. In the Phase 2 construction documents, the sidewalk empties abruptly into the parking lot. And while primary destinations such as the library and the Brickyard Trail are to the west, an oddly prominent raised table crosswalk is to be constructed over 100 feet to the east, connecting to sidewalks which are twice as wide as others on the site, detailed with a curving sweep past two new benches which overlook the newly constructed Town Hall loading dock en route to the rear entrance of the Justice Wing. To me, this connection seems strangely overdeveloped and somewhat misplaced. It's puzzling to me, and I don't think I'm overly optimistic in thinking there are many more Brighton citizens seeking to access the library, the town hall, or town recreational resources than those that are coming to their court date. These Phase 2 shortcomings are impactful and limiting to a comprehensive pedestrian and cycling solution. The window to accurately assess the pedestrian and cycling traffic patterns of the Sylvan Path may be
30 seconds, Tom.
may be behind us as peak summer usage is down due to the closure of the pool and the demolition of the playground. And the playground was completely demolished when the press release went out last May, euphemistically calling it closed for construction safety. However, it's not too late to seriously consider this link and examine the appropriateness and adequacy of Phase 2 design elements. In the transcript of the Brighton Planning Board meeting from last October of '24, Town Planner Rick DiStefano was quoted as speaking to the challenges of addressing various project goals of different departments in the town hall. We had to balance, you don't understand, every entity has their needs. As a design professional,
Time. Thank you, Tom. If you have additional comments, feel free to submit them to the town clerk.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm planning on responding at the end, but I think one of the points I think it's important because, Tom, in fact, the sidewalk, and I've heard this from other folks, the sidewalk from Roselawn, from Sylvan Road, does not, in fact, empty into the parking lot.
Yes, it does.
Can I please finish? I'm looking at the site work design here, and I'm happy to share this. But as you'll see, the path from the Roselawn neighborhood connects to a sidewalk that will run along the north side of the parking lot and will connect into both new crosswalks that are being built. One, as you noted, is a table, speed table. I always have to think about the name. And one is a traditional crosswalk. But that trail connects to that sidewalk, that existing sidewalk connects to the sidewalk. As I said, I'm happy to share it with you. So it is not correct to say that pedestrian infrastructure is being neglected. In fact, pedestrian infrastructure is being dramatically enhanced. There is no tabletop, a speed table crosswalk now. There is no crosswalk from the park or from the Roselawn neighborhood connecting to either the library or the court, and now there will be. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board this evening? Yeah. I'll get you next, sir.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening and thank you. My name is Lori Mahoney. I live at 789 Edgewood Avenue in Brighton. Thank you guys for the flashing lights there at Wintergreen and Edgewood Avenue. Yay. I represent, well, I'm here to introduce our advocacy coalition and to offer our partnership and collaboration. I represent Build a Better Brighton, maybe that's not the best name, but BABB, a newly formed nonpartisan group that grew organically from a workshop last fall, which was sponsored by Asbury Methodist Housing Committee and Ray's Commission's Housing CART, that is Community Advancing Recommendations Team. I hate that word, CART. About 75 people attended from faith communities across the Rochester area. BAB's vision is to realize a Brighton that is inclusive, sustainable, and vibrant, where land use, housing diversity, and transportation infrastructure align to support a high quality of life for all residents regardless of age, income, or tenure. BAB exists because housing attainability is one of the defining challenges facing our region, and Brighton is not exempt from that challenge. I joined BAB because today I wouldn't be able to afford the home I purchased in 1989 upon my return to Rochester. I've volunteered in the homeless shelter space for over 25 years. You might know RAIN, and it's now Family Promise of Greater Rochester, and I've learned so much regarding this crisis, serving the Ray's Housing Cart as their facilitator for almost 6 years. I know that collectively we can move the needle. Last month, BAB held a workshop hosted at Temple B'rith Kodesh, delivered by an inclusive housing coalition of our local history, Empire Justice Center, Reconnect Rochester, Climate Solutions Accelerator, Community Design Rochester, and our MAPI. And we continue to be informed by the work of Reimagine Rock Housing. Over 60 Brighton residents attended that workshop to learn together, including some of you in this room. Thank you. Our next one is May 27th at 5:30, hosted at St. Thomas Episcopal, and everyone is invited. We have flyers, but I don't have them here. We have added some transportation-related content to the second workshop with more discussion time, and there will be pizza. BAB is all about developing and community engagement informed by current regional research. We have done serious work. We have serious partners, and we want to work in partnership and be useful to you. Be sure to see Judy Schwartz for some information on the 27th workshop, and we look forward to a collaborative engagement with you. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Town Board.
And I believe those printed comments, Dan, you have them. They will be entered into the record. Thank you, Lori. Sir, I'd love to have you come up.
Is it okay if I speak for?
Of course.
No.
Or together.
Or together if you want. Okay. Okay, so that's Zaki. I'm Saj. We live at 23 Seminole Way. Okay, go on. You can talk.
All right. My name is.
You got this.
Okay, so Zaki, we only have 3 minutes, mate.
It's okay. The clock hasn't started yet.
All right.
We're good.
Do you want to say? You don't have to. You don't have to speak for 3 minutes. You can even speak for like 20 seconds. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, so Zaki's very passionate about the trees behind our house for a number of reasons, and he's passionate about the pedestrian access as well to the library. He goes to the library a couple of times a week. As somebody who has autism, he finds it really kind of like a lifeline to be able to do that, and he's very much concerned about that. So much concerned that he donated $50 of his own money towards the effort to kind of keep the trees, which shows like how invested he is in this. Personally, as myself, I would also like to think about what the ecological impact is of removing those trees. Right now, there's a family of about 9 deer that live in those trees. I know this because they come to my yard every morning. And I just wondered if the study had done some sort of ecological impact of those animals not having those trees to kind of, raise their families in, and how long they've been there. That would be a real shame if they were kind of forced out their way, forced out of their home that way as well. So all that to say really is just that to kind of really consider putting on pause and maybe having a second look at the plans to see if there's a way we can, find a way to kind of keep the trees and suit the needs of the development as well. I'll also say that from my own perspective, if I was going to put a fence up in my area which looks directly out onto one of the trees towards the police station, I would have to go through a really detailed permit process, and I don't think from my perspective that this has gone through a really detailed discussion with the public, and that's my perspective, and I might be wrong, but yeah, really, I think it would be wise to kind of listen to the community and, like for example, the youth as well. He's growing up here, this is kind of his legacy as well. So that's just really all I got to say. But thanks for the time.
Thank you. Thank you both. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jody McGarry. My husband Matthew and I live at 296 Sylvan Road, which is the last house on the left, right at the town property. We've had a wonderful, wonderful life there for the last 40 years, watching all the kids fly kites and play with their family and run around the field, and just, it's such a beautiful community. It saddens me that you're going to take this beautiful field away from the children. Secondly, you don't take very good care of the town property at all. The trees along our house were just horrible, and we had to put up, we did because we didn't want to look at it anymore, a full row of beautiful arborvitaes on our property. The pool's been great. Trees, I think, what is it that I read on the Brighton Town Hall, that since 2002, the arbor people, the tree people, have awarded Brighton as being one of the best communities to keep trees and to keep the community looking as beautiful as it does now. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Please reconsider.
Thank you.
Our property, gentleman that just spoke, is back to back, and the mess back there is just, I can see where he's coming from, where we need good trees.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Alex Kuschel. I live at 333 Pelham Road in Brighton, and I'm here tonight with Lori and Judy as a member of the newly formed Build a Better Brighton, BAB. We are a nonpartisan group that supports a vision of Brighton where land use, housing diversity, and transportation infrastructure align to support a high quality of life for all residents. 3 years ago, I moved to Brighton after living in Boston for 24 years. I wanted to be closer to my family and return to this area in Rochester and the close-knit community that I loved and got to experience during my youth. Today, I work as a fourth grade teacher. And I joined BAB because most of the educators I work with cannot afford to live in this town. I love Brighton, and I am deeply grateful that my children have access to an incredible school system. And I want that same opportunity for my colleagues and the many community members and professionals who deserve it. To address the challenges of housing attainability, BAB partners with various organizations to educate ourselves and our community. We, as you heard, are hosting another free workshop on May 27th. I encourage anyone interested in housing and transportation to attend. We're a group committed to community engagement and action, and we really look forward to collaborating with all members of this board. So thank you. Am I permitted to read a written statement of a
Sure.
member, a
Sure.
community member who is not here?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. If you, we'll
Okay, it's short.
still got time.
This is from Eliza Dooley. She writes, I live at 300 Pelham Road. I am concerned about the design for the next phase of the Town Hall project and would strongly urge a pause in order to gather public input. The current plan lacks a pedestrian-friendly way to connect the library with the future playground and splash pad. It prioritizes parking and cars as well as a barely functional drive-through book drop. I also do not want to see so many mature shade-providing trees taken down. This is a huge investment in the town's infrastructure, and there has been zero public engagement or even an attempt to follow the planning board's suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd like to share that with the clerk, it'll be part of the record of tonight's meeting. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Yes.
I'm not a speaker.
Take your time. Take your time.
Not as eloquent as many of these people will be. Hi, my name is Corinne Kianya, and I currently live at 305 Sylvan Road. I have lived there for over 30 years, right next to the town pool. Every summer, I hear children playing Marco, Polo, and it reminds me that summer is ready to begin. I watch families enjoying the open space behind Town Hall. I want that still to be true for the next generation. I have never been a political activist. I have never spoken at a meeting. I've always trusted the people we elect to do the right thing. But I am standing here tonight because I no longer am certain you are representing us. I want to talk about the volunteers. This town asks a great deal of its volunteers. You all appoint qualified people, architects, planners, lawyers, environmental scientists, historians, to the Conservation Board, the Planning Board, the Historic Preservation Commission, and the Sustainability Oversight Committee. You ask them to give their time, their expertise, and their judgment to this community without pay, taking time away from their families. And then you expect every resident and every business owner in Brighton to comply with the rules those volunteers help administer. That is a reasonable expectation. But it creates an obligation that runs both ways. If this town requires me to go before the Conservation Board before I remove a mature tree, then this town should be willing to do the same to remove a multitude of mature trees, some of which have already been removed. And you are legally obligated before removing these trees from the public campus. If this town requires developers to go through Planning Board before adding parking, then this town should also apply the same standard to its own decision about adding parking. For the past 2 years, this board has not listened to the advice of the very volunteers you appointed. Worse, when some of these volunteers have raised concerns at public meetings, they have been met with open hostility. I have witnessed it. I must ask, why would anyone want to volunteer their time and expertise to this community when the supervisor and this board makes it clear that their expertise is unwelcome? Mr. Maley, last month, you stood at this podium and gave an Arbor Day proclamation honoring the Conservation Board for their service. This month, you are moving forward with a plan to remove a significant number of mature trees from the Town Hall campus, trees that the Conservation Board has never been asked to evaluate, and to expand parking that your own comprehensive plan does not support. The hypocrisy has not gone unnoticed. Mr. Warner, at a public meeting, you said you vote as your constituents wish. I am one of your constituents. Yet you never asked me. And in my conversations with neighbors, the response is consistent. They had no idea this was happening. They had no idea about the trees.
30
They had no
seconds.
idea about the parking. They didn't know about the geothermal installation. So at least this board is consistent with how little you communicate. Ms. Corrado, I appreciate that you have committed to community involvement in Phase 3. I am asking you to extend the same commitment to Phase 2 before it's too late. I voted for each of you. I am asking you tonight to represent me. Pause this contract. Bring the Conservation Board into the process it was designed for. Let the community weigh in on what will change the campus for decades. This should not have required a Hail Mary. The fact that it is at this part troubles me the most.
Time, please.
Where I'll have the opportunity to do the right thing.
Okay. Oh, if you'd like to give those comments to the clerk, absolutely. Thanks. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Yes, sir, come on up.
My name is Serge Svossman. I live at 110 Oak Lane, and I'm currently a member of the planning board of the town of Brighton. And today I am going to read a letter that I wrote recently. Dear town board members, I'm writing to formally resign from my position on the planning board effective immediately. I accepted this appointment 15 months ago with a clear objective to help guide our town toward design practices rooted in stewardship and transparency. I believed we were a community that looked towards the future by valuing stakeholder input and adhering to our own long-term planning frameworks. Unfortunately, my experience has proven the opposite. I can no longer be complicit in a process that prioritizes administrative convenience over public trust. My resignation is driven by the following critical failures in the current town hall campus project. The most significant public space in our town is being redesigned with a startling lack of inclusivity. Despite a petition from nearly 300 residents requesting a pause for input, the administration has chosen to push forward, ignoring the voices of the neighbors most impacted by these changes. The current plan forsakes mature tree canopy for expanded parking and fails to create meaningful, symbiotic connections between the library, the pool, and our public spaces. The approach directly contradicts the principles of our active transportation and comprehensive plans. Transparency is the bedrock of local government. The deliberate concealment of public information and the active resistance to Freedom of Information Act requests are not the actions of a leadership that values its constituents. On numerous occasions, I have attempted to appeal to this council to do the right thing for the community. Each time, I have been met with excuses and an unwavering refusal to listen. When leadership becomes indifferent in the desires of the people it serves, it loses its moral authority to lead. I've struggled with this decision, but I cannot support an administration that treats its responsibilities as optional. I hope that in my absence, this board finds the courage to demand better for its residents. I leave with a final word to my fellow volunteers on the ZBA, Conservation, Sustainability, and Historic Preservation boards. Our town is fortunate to have your expertise, but that expertise is only as valuable as the leadership's willingness to listen. And as it stands, your contributions are being sidelined. I ask you to search your conscience and ask if your dedication is being put to its best use. We serve to better our community. If our service no longer achieves that goal because it's ignored by the supervisor and this board, we must decide if our presence there remains tenable. Thank you. And I have prepared another letter that I obviously don't have time to read, and probably not going to listen to it anyways, but I have requested that McMahon LaRue surveyors, civil engineers, who have done the Sound Hall site-based plans that you've been using for all of your work, to do a observational survey of the parking as it stands today. There are 38 spots that need some repair, otherwise that parking lot is available to be used today.
Time. I'm sorry, 30 seconds. And feel free to submit. And Mr. Strassman, thank you for your service. I appreciate it, and thank you for speaking this evening. Is there anyone else that would like to address the town board tonight? Mr. Price?
I'm sorry, your search was I do recall now something. Jody,
Bill?
we both had, I'm going to talk. I gave you 33 years. You give me a little bit of time. When those trees got cut down next to your house and next to my house, they had to be reviewed by the Conservation Board and approved by this board. So we have some precedent that this board is obligated to meet that law. My name is Bill Price. I live at 305 Sylvan Road. I'm a 40-year resident of the town of Brighton and a longtime member of the Planning Board. I'm asking this board to pause the contract award for the Town Hall Phase 2 site improvements. The reasons are procedural, and they go to the board's and the town's legal exposure. Our first issue, Conservation Board review, was bypassed. The town proposes removal of multiple mature trees. Brighton Town Code requires the Conservation Board review and of any removal of significant trees on public property before the project proceeds. That review never happened. The Conservation Board was not involved. That is not a procedural technicality. It is a blatant and deliberate violation of the law, your law. The law that Bill Maley stood here not even a month ago and reiterated in a proclamation for Arbor Day. Issue number 2, the seeker record is deficient. The town issued a negative declaration sometime in November 2024. In addition to the Conservation Board, Monroe County DOT was never contacted as an involved agency with permitting authority. Further, Monroe County denied the town's initial application for discharge of stormwater into the Elmwood Avenue drainage system, which triggers an additional supplemental environmental review. That was never done. And I'm not even going to get into the illegal aspects of segmentation of phases 2 and 3, which could be part of an Article 78 argument. Issue number 3, Speedy's permit violations. New York State DEC law requires projects of this size to file a notice of intent and letter of authorization to the DEC, or to the town from the DEC. Because the town is both an MS4 operator and the project owner, it cannot review its own stormwater management plan. That review responsibility goes directly to the DEC. There is absolutely no evidence on the DEC website that says that this regulation was complied with. Relative to the DEC regulations, this board, before
30
acting on
seconds,
the
Mr.
award,
Price.
I'll take my time. This board should ask the town attorney, the town supervisor, or the commissioner of public works to answer 3 questions. Was a notice of intent filed with the DEC? If so, what is the Speedy's permit number? Was the MS4 no jurisdiction form executed by the town supervisor? And 3, has the DEC issued a letter of authorization for this project? Related to the costs that you are imposing on this town and on this community, I want to be direct about what is at stake fiscally if this board acts irresponsibly as it has for 2 years. First, a potential Article 78
Time, Mr.
and a
Price.
temporary restraining order.
Mr. Price.
Second, a contractor delay claims if construction is halted by court order or DEC stop work order. And
Mr.
third,
Price.
the cost of Empire State College lease extension. Pause the project, fix the design, procedural, and legal deficiencies, and stop wasting our money.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Mr. Tetenoff, please join us.
I like the fact that some people have finally come out to speak out against the misbehavior of the supervisor in the town board. I find it troubling that when the management of the town doesn't follow the law, the county doesn't get involved and slap the bracelets on the people that violate the law. And I believe that's because you guys are buddies with all the Monroe County legislators. And then why doesn't the state come in and fine you, haul you away? No, whenever you make a mistake, oh, it's waste. Oh, this, and you do it with millions of dollars. We get to pay for your stupid mistakes. It's just infuriating. You have absolutely no moral authority to lead in this town anymore. And I encourage the people here to come to the Brighton Democratic Committee, join it, where he'll actually answer some of these questions. Right now, he's going to address all the questions at the end. He's going to give you the same 3,000 words to say nothing, that he's going to do exactly whatever he wants, and the people that he hires are his cronies, and they know you better be on his good side or else you're gone. There's so much turnover over the years in the town, and especially the police department. They have such a toxic environment. They create such a hostile workforce that the employees keep suing the town for their misbehavior, and we get to pay for your bad behavior. Stop it. Just stop it. If you can't handle it, let somebody else run the town, because you obviously keep doing the wrong thing over and over again, and we keep getting sued because of your bad behavior and the bad behavior of the employees. And like the West Brighton Fire Department, you guys, you were the town attorney at the time. You dragged the lawsuit on for over a decade. And you keep screwing over the fire department in West Brighton so much that they said enough. It's just not just incompetence. It's weaponized. Oh, we're going to say, we're going to use 3,000 words to say nothing, and we're going to do whatever we want, whenever. It's just ridiculous. So I encourage everybody, join the Brighton Democratic Committee and vote against these for their primary. The people that win the primary are going to get elected, no matter what, because the town is vast majority Democratic. Whoever gets the Democratic nomination, they will be elected. So your only chance to influence this is they're like 120 people, about 40 to 60 people show up once a month. Join that committee to have some more influence over this terrible behavior.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Well, thank you to everyone who did. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it looks like Ms. Macy wants to speak. Can she be let in, whoever is? Thank you for letting me know.
She is to unmute. She is to unmute her mic.
No, here she is. She's here, and she does not appear to be mute on the screen.
She is not muted on our end.
Yeah, she's trying again. Let's see. Lauren, I'm sorry that's, they seem to be having some.
Yeah, we're unmuted.
She appears to be unmuted on my screen when she comes up.
Is she talking?
I can't hear her.
Is she talking? She
She just put herself on hold. She's on hold.
Sure.
Sure.
Lauren, you're on speakerphone, and there's probably,
Can everybody hear me?
how about now?
Can we,
Can everybody hear me?
now we can, yep. Go ahead.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Lauren Macy. I live at 56 Oak Lane. I am a member of the Brighton Planning Board. Tonight I'm addressing the town board because I am deeply concerned. Our planning board has lost two valuable members over the last several months. First, Bill Price, the former planning board chair, resigned after many years of dedicated service. Bill has been an active member of the Brighton community throughout the 40 years he's lived here. As a landscape architect and an urban designer, he brought tremendous professional knowledge and experience to the board. Now, we are losing Serge Chasman, an architect who joined the planning board a year ago with the goal of giving back to the community and helping make our town even better. For those that don't know, the Planning Board is a volunteer board whose members dedicate significant time and effort to carefully reviewing projects and considering how they will impact our town. We work thoughtfully to provide suggestions that improve proposals, and we identify potential issues before they become problems. The Planning Board has expressed significant concerns regarding Phase 2 of the Town Hall project, particularly the removal of mature trees for additional parking that may be unnecessary, as well as pedestrian safety within the site design. When members of these boards feel that their voices are not being heard to the point that they choose to step away, our town should be considering, why is this happening? We cannot afford to lose dedicated professionals who volunteer their time and expertise to serve Brighton. It is a tremendous loss for our community. I respectfully ask that our concerns are heard, as well as the concerns of our residents regarding Phase 2 at Town Hall. The strongest and most successful projects come from collaboration, open communication, and a willingness to work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board? And I do not see anybody else, although there are other people on the teams. I don't see anyone else who appears to be asking to address the board. Let me ask one more time. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during the open forum? Well, thank you to everyone that did speak. And again, thank you to those who have served the town and who continue to serve the town on our volunteer boards. I do want to address the comments that I heard tonight. I think it's important. I want to go back just so that everybody understands why this project is happening in the first place. The project is driven by the necessity to update, replace the heating and cooling system in Town Hall.
We're here to talk about Phase 2. We're not talking about Phase 2. Move only. That's only what we want to talk about. We don't want to talk about the interior.
Mr. Sossman.
I'm sorry. I've heard this too many times. You're not addressing
Okay.
the important
That's fine.
information that we're here to discuss.
What you are confirming to me is that, in fact, we have been discussing this project at length, as noted, for some time, at town board meetings, at town board committee meetings, in publications, in one-on-one comments, on the out and about in the community. We have.
Was able to give you a projection of how much you were able to save with your geothermal system? I know any of the are wholesalers, and I know this very well, and I'm just curious what type of federal funding or state funding you may have gotten, and what type of return on investment you intend to get by going to geothermal.
The town board unanimously reviewed various options and made the decision for sustainability to be consistent with our comprehensive plan and the goals of sustainability in the town of Brighton to install a geothermal system. Now, please, let me please.
How about the trees?
Okay, I gave you the opportunity. I want to address points that were made here. the town has listened. We haven't always done necessarily what each and every point, but we have listened. I would quote former Planning Board Chair Bill Price. He wrote an email to the executive director of the Brighton Memorial Library, and he wrote, since July, this was on January 23rd of this year, he wrote, since July 2024, the Planning Board has collaborated with the supervisor, Glenn and Ken, on the site design for the Town Hall campus. That was a quote from his email. Now, not every suggestion that he made was incorporated with the plan. Mr. Castelline, we gave.
I think that's a quote too.
Okay.
It's terrible. You know
Miss-
that's not a truth you just said.
I am reading from an email that he sent to the executive director of the library.
2024.
Now, no, in 2026, he wrote that. Now,
You said that you collaborated with this administration and the Public Works on the plan
Never once.
for the library stuff.
Never once. Did Glenn Layton talk to me? Never once did Ken Hurley talk to me? Never once did any of the consultants talk to us. Not
Okay.
once.
I know that many of you have talked about the trees. And I do think it's important to talk about the volunteer boards.
Why don't you talk about the parking that's going to
As-
cause you to cut the trees down?
As-
Justify that. Justify that.
Mr.
If you want
Price?
the policeman to take me out, have him take me out.
Mr. Supervisor, can I request a 5-minute
Absolutely.
break for all of us to reset?
That's a good idea.
And reconsider?
Thank you, Christine.
And we'll come back
You can hope,
and
Christine,
listen.
that your bike routes don't go through town hall.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Because you're the advocate for the conservation board, and I want to see you act like it.
We're taking a break.
Thank you, Steve. We will continue now with the business portion of the meeting. Chris, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Bill, I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado?
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. We have two public hearings on the agenda tonight. The first is a public hearing to consider an amendment to the incentive zoning approval that was given many years ago now to the Brickstone by St. John's community on Elmwood Avenue. They are requesting the installation of a sign that is larger than the sign that was approved in the original incentive zoning approval. Dan, has the necessary legal notice been given for this public hearing?
Yes, Supervisor, notice was published in the May 1st edition of the Daily Record.
Thank you. Legal notice having been given, I declare this public hearing to be open, and I believe we have the applicant with us and some images here, so please, the microphone is yours.
That's just a water bottle. Yeah. I just wanted to read the letter that was addressed to the town board, giving context about what this sign is about. Essentially, the St. John Brickstone.
If you would, just please state your name and
Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you.
and affiliation.
This is Bethany Ramsey. I work with SWBR representing St. John's Brickstone. On behalf of St. John's, SWBR is presenting this letter to the town board requesting the approval of the proposed monument sign at St. John's Brickstone. This is located at 1325 Elmwood Avenue. The sign is here today. We have a rendering as well from Google Street View with the proposed design. The proposed monument sign is going to be double-sided with aluminum sign faces. Each of them are measuring 9 feet tall by 7 feet wide, and there's a person there for scale. This totals an area of 63 square feet on each side for a total of 126 square foot of the signage. Sign will be supported by a brick foundation, and it is located in the incentivized zoning district, which is why we are going through this process. As such, we've been in direct communication with the town in going through this process. The incentive zoning, as you are aware, does not allow this sign size, so we are hoping to increase that. I'll leave it up to the public for any comments.
Thank you. Is any further information from the applicant? The original incentive zoning approval authorized 2 monument signs of up to 40 square feet on each side. So that's the distinction here from a 40-foot sign to a 63 square foot sign. Is there anyone here, if the applicant has finished their presentation, is there anyone here that would like to address the board on this public hearing? I would note, yes. Please.
Hi, I'm Patty Taylor Brown, 40 Bonnie Bray Avenue. Just clarification. This is a 9-foot tall? Okay. And is it advertising or what is the sign? 9 feet.
And if you would, please
about as tall as I am.
State your name.
I'm Tony Zaccolino, Vice President of Senior Housing for St. John's on Elmwood Avenue. It is a retail sign for, it's in the former location of Joey B's restaurant on Elmwood Avenue. We are going to self-operate and open a restaurant in there. And there's biggest comments and complaints we heard from Joey and his customers were that it was hard to understand that there was a restaurant in our campus because we are a senior living community. So we are hoping that the sign will bring, just awareness to the town of Brighton that there is a restaurant and retail spaces in our campus.
Okay. So are there any other signs, up for, if this doesn't get approved, what is your next thinking? Do you have another sign? You don't have a go-to sign? Oh, okay. You know, I'd love to see something a little less big, because this is really intrusive. So it's 9 feet tall by how wide?
7 feet.
Okay, that's 7 feet. And then, okay, yeah, so.
Also look at the visual.
Yeah,
So
I saw that.
understand that sounds big when we just talk about feet.
If you could, if you could please, excuse me, if you would come up and state your name, just so our
Becky Meyer,
stenographer.
civil engineer with SWBR, sorry.
Is that the color of the sign, white? Is that going to be the sign?
So this is the proposed rendering, and the comments are why we are here. You know, the biggest thing is there's a large volume of traffic. They move down this road, a small sign is hard to see, so what they're facing is people can't see. You know, a smaller signage might risk people still not being able to see. So although it seems large when you think of the scale of this road going by and the number of retail space they're trying to advertise, it's not a lot of space per business for people to see. So that is why we are requesting for it to be so large.
May I ask the question, is it going to be white?
That is the plan right now, yeah.
Okay, and you have 3 businesses, so you have a restaurant, a bakery, and a village, what is a village square?
So, yeah, sorry. We don't, this is just an example. We are opening a restaurant called Lot 54 Casual Kitchen. Village Square is the Brickstone building. It's formerly known as our Winter Garden. It's on the front of our building. It's Village Square, which is the building. And then Brickstone was built in 2012 with a concept called New Urbanism, which was designed to bring retail spaces into the senior living community integrated with the town of Brighton. So we do have a third vacant space in there that will remain vacant. The Brickstone Bakery is just a filler of an example of what it would look like if there is a future retail space in that spot.
Okay. So this is just you're hopeful that you're going to have other things, another 2 or 3 items to add. So right now you only have just the one, the restaurant, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. So there's only, we are moving forward with the plans of opening the restaurant. The Village Square is the building. It's already there. That's just letting residents and people know if you're coming to the Village Square, that is the building, the Village Square. And then there would only be potential for 1 future retail space.
Okay, this is going to sound so silly, but what's currently there right now? Is there a picture of it?
Are you asking what currently sign is there right now?
What current sign?
There is no sign there.
Oh, so you're asking for a new sign that is not existing?
Correct.
Okay, and I know that Joey B's had something against the, okay. So I don't think it's hard for people to find things today with Google Maps and Siri telling you this is where this is. I don't understand kind of the old-fashioned signage that you guys are envisioning here. It doesn't make sense. I was in that place that does the golfing thing on the East Coast, and they have all these very attractive low-end signs. Even their Dunkin' Donuts has to do with a certain style that matches the town. I don't see this style, this white, this huge thing, matching the style of Brighton whatsoever.
I'd like to have Tony reiterate kind of more of why we're thinking of doing this in the first place.
Yep. So the request for the sign is, a needed request from Joey B's former customers and our residents and individuals who have come to the Winter Garden and passed the restaurant constantly and had to come turn around and come back and say we didn't understand. There is no retail plazas out there, even in today's day and age with maps and things like that, that don't have retail signs or plaza signs in front of their campuses. So we do have a sign at the other end of our campus. It's very hard to see. It's small to the ground. And again, Joey's was there. He went out of business. One of his biggest complaints, he had a A-frame sign up on Elwood Avenue for years and years and years. And the constant complaint that came forward was he needs a sign. Nobody knows he's there. We are a senior living community. It's confusing that there's a restaurant open to the public in a senior living community. So we are trying to do everything we can to ensure this restaurant is successful for our senior living community, for the town of Brighton. We believe there is no restaurant, anywhere from like this from Mount Hope down to 12 Corners, which is a very, large area that we can service. We've hired a great team to help run this restaurant, but we want to make sure it has as much exposure as it can to the town of Brighton and those trying to find a restaurant.
I agree. I think getting another great restaurant in Brighton is very important and needed. What I'm not agreeing with is the massive size of this, and there's no beauty to the sign whatsoever. It's very like, hi, it's a mall. I mean, that's the look. I think it needs to be very attractive. It needs to be smaller, and maybe just really well lit at night. Because that was one thing about Joey B's. It had a sign, but it didn't have a light on it. So, I mean, there's some thoughts here about you could restructure this a little bit. Because, I mean, again, I don't have any problem with you're telling people there's a restaurant here, or here, this is a senior living facility. My problem is the 9 feet by 7 feet, and the white, and whatever you're going to do at night, are you planning on having lights on it? Okay, good. Well, I think that's important. That will be helpful for people to find it in the nighttime. So I think just go back to your drawing board. Make this a little bit more reasonable and more representative of Brighton. Brighton is good taste. Brighton is not our friend to the south of us. Okay, so that's all. I just wanted to put my opinion in there.
The last thing I would just like to say is this picture is very deceiving, being that it's the way it is set, but a 9-foot by 7-foot sign may seem large, but if you go out in the sidewalk and look at this building, it is a massive 3-story apartment building that sprawls 15 acres. So if you really put the sign in perspective, our concern is a much smaller sign would very much so get lost in the shuffle when you're driving 40 miles an hour down Elmwood Avenue. That is our concern with the size of the sign.
If you don't mind me jumping in here, I don't design signs for.
Nate, can we have? I just want to see if there are other members of the public that would like to speak first. Mr. Pelter.
I'm Ed Pelta. I understand the goal of attracting street traffic, so I think I support the goal. But I share the concerns that you raised. I think has this gone through the Architectural Review Board or the Planning Board? You will be going there, and you need to seek their approval, and they have to have input and all of that? Okay.
That's correct. So right now, we want to look at the size, but we are going through the Architectural Review Board and the Planning Board as well.
So if this is approved by the board, there's another bite at the apple where they could downsize it or say it has to have more appeal or be more in character?
Correct.
Okay, helpful to understand.
Essentially, that's right.
Good.
Yes.
Claudia Nealon, I live at 41 Southern Parkway. I didn't come here about a sign, but now I'm getting a little infuriated about this sign. You put a sign out like that, it's going to be like south of the border. Then we're going to have Tops, McQuaid, take a right, take a left. I don't know who devised this, but I don't want a sign like that. And this is a beautiful structure right there. It really is a very pretty structure. Joey B's problem wasn't the fact that it didn't have a sign in front of it. Come on. It had COVID. It opened up at the wrong time. Oh, man, I'm really upset about this because that is an eyesore. And I don't care whose feelings I hurt. That's an eyesore. And if you want to attract more businesses to Brighton, which we need, putting a sign out there is not the way to do it. You can have some really pretty things on top or what. And it's not a fact that people are going too fast because you can't go fast anymore. I don't know whether to drive in the bike lane or the other lane. The paint's falling off the roads. I don't see that many bikers. It's lined up so that it's not going fast. This sign is not going to help That's their responsibility to advertise, not the town of Brighton to allow a sign. Am I right or wrong? Pardon me? Well, they do have to approve the sign, and I'm just saying it doesn't look so nice. We're trying to clean Brighton up. Come on, this is not going to help it. Look, it's. Well, you know what, let's shortcut it. Why didn't they do a better design than this? I'm sorry, these places that are here are not failing because I'm trying to think of a place that a restaurant moved. It moved because the people liked it. You know, they all went like little ants and followed where to go. Joey B's was located at another place, but it wasn't the fact that they didn't have a sign. Maybe it was contributing, maybe people couldn't find it, but you let one sign go up, then they're going to be neon signs. So I think you have to be careful.
Thank you, Claudia. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during the public hearing? Just from a process perspective, as long as there are people that want to address, members of the public, we'll certainly keep the public hearing open. But obviously, we're going to, welcome comments from town board members as well. John, we can do that and still keep the public hearing open.
Yes, Supervisor. If a town board member wants to jump in and address a comment, we can do so. We can close the public hearing after comments have been exhausted.
Or choose to keep it open.
Or choose to keep it open if we want to do that, too.
Right. Nate, go ahead.
Thanks, Bill. Just one question, and I want to preface this with, I'm not an architect. And so I think sometimes you might hear the size of it in feet and you think, oh my gosh, this is going to stick out. I have a feeling, and I'm hoping you could fill in the blank here. Can you put this in perspective to other signs that you've designed, that you know of in the area, so that folks, as they're hearing about this for the first time, they can say, oh, it's just like.
I don't have that information, but I do know that the size of the sign itself was not a willy-nilly decision. The size was designed based on the U.S. Sign Council best practice standards. For clientele traveling at 35 miles an hour, they need about 200 feet to react to this sign. And in the area that we have, the best size of the lettering was about 5.5 to 6 inches per letter. And knowing the types of tenants that we want to show on this sign, this is the design that we came up with. So that hopefully helps to give some context to the size.
Thank you. I'm speaking as somebody who drove by this the other day, last week, and missed it.
My understanding is.
Chris, if you could, for the benefit of our stenographer, that was council member.
Nate Salzman, 12 Model Lane.
Chris.
It's the first time I've done that.
Christopher Warner, 118 Palmerston Road. My understanding is, and I've read the incentive zoning application and approval, was that this was approved somewhere like 2009 initially. Mm-hmm. Have you put up any sign in accordance with that approval? The 40 square foot sign, no sign was ever put up? Or is there one someplace else?
Yeah.
There is one monument sign that just has the Brickstone logo on it at the far. We have two entrances to our campus. It's the far entrance one. It's probably about 3 feet off the ground. It's kind of a brick rounded sign. You probably haven't seen it because it's very much easy to miss. But it was not designed to be a retail sign. That was just designed to be an entrance to the Brickstone campus.
So the approval was for a 40 square foot, or two 40 square foot signs, and you have put up something in accordance with that?
The original sign that was installed was just and again, I apologize, I wasn't involved when it was installed, but it was just the original monument sign that came along with the campus. From the sounds of it, it sounds like it's about the 43 square feet that was there. But again, that is just that was before we had any of the retail locations in the campus leased or intending to open, to the public.
And that's, Chris, at the easterly entrance, the east driveway to the St. John's
I believe I've seen
campus.
that, but there was an approval of that sort of sign. You put up that sort of sign, so this is not an application for a larger sign, but it's larger and an addition.
No.
Also being an additional sign.
No, they were given approval for 2 signs up to 40 square feet. They put in 1 sign
That's what I'm
up
trying-
to
thank
40
you.
square
Yeah.
feet.
So this would be
This would be the
second
second
one.
sign,
This is the
so it's not the
second sign.
number that's the issue, it's the size.
But the size of the sign would not be subject to review by the planning board or the architectural review board, because you're asking for us to approve the larger size. It would be the design that would be subject to
That's
the
correct.
review of the other.
I asked that question, Chris, excuse me, and maybe the answer will change, but I thought what I heard is even the size would be subject to review.
From what I'm reading here, we're being asked to approve that size.
Yeah, well, that's.
And Ed, we can't have the banter back and forth because our
Thank you.
stenographer is trying very hard to, and the audience at home needs to hear.
And I think I'm a little bit off, but this sign is about the size of that window over there. We're talking about 9 feet tall and 7 feet wide. So it's a little more than 7 feet wide over there. That's a big sign. To my eye, that's larger than would be appropriate at that spot.
Can I ask a question to clarify? Does the 9 feet include the brick base, or is that just the sign? Okay, so it's just so the actual height together is greater than 9 feet. That's what I thought, but I wanted to clarify that.
So
If I can clarify that question, the way the resolution is framed is based on the applicant's requested modification, and that language is to specifically approve the dimension of the sign as 9 by 7. So the prior resolution was worded in such a manner that it permitted up to a certain square footage of the sign, which would have presumably allowed the planning board and the architecture board to modify or change the dimensional characteristics of the sign as part of their jurisdiction. This is a little more focused, the language that is being proposed, that the applicant has requested. So to the extent that the board wishes to modify that language to allow for further board review and flexibility, we would just have to tweak the way that it is currently drafted. Because you can't allow the planning board or the other boards to actually modify the size of the sign and create effectively a maximum, right? You shall not exceed this amount does not necessarily mean that has to be what's approved subsequently, but that's within this board's discretion to frame the modification.
And John, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Could we ask the planning board and the architectural review board to provide us feedback to the board?
As part of this request,
Yes.
so typically, our code, the way the incentive zoning code is written, when you're asking for a modification, that does not need a referral to the planning board. The code outlines a process by which, when the applicant is originally obtaining approval for incentive zoning, the application itself for this entire project is referred to the planning board to provide a report and recommendation based on essentially the incentives and amenities that are being proposed at the time. This request, because of its nature, is requesting just a modification of a condition. The only process by which the applicant needs to avail itself of is to ask this board to modify a condition. So there is no mechanism to re-refer a request for a modification to the board unless it is of such a nature and degree that effectively we are reopening the incentive zoning application and revisiting the substantive nature of the approval. So because of what this is, it doesn't need a referral, but it, again, doesn't preclude this board from allowing the planning board and the architecture board to maintain their own authority to look at the signage. This board could set, you know, an envelope, so to speak, to say that we will, as a town board, allow a modification of a sign to be up to 9 by 7, up to 6 by 8, up to, you know, X number of square feet, provided that the planning board and the architecture board will nevertheless have their own authority to decide whether or not that's appropriate based on their particular review of the project.
And I will note that and I'm sorry to cut you off, I do want to note that the applicant's letter from SWBR dated April 21st does indicate they intend to proceed with submission both to the ARB and to the planning board. So they are anticipating that we would make that referral. And I'm sorry, but I wanted to clarify that that was in their specific request.
So if I understand correctly, if we approve this, we can still let it to be, you know, at the judgment of both the planning board and the architectural review board. So if they were to say 9 by 7 doesn't really fit with the, you know, the aesthetics of the town, then they have the judgment to be able to minimize or lower the dimensions without having it to come back to us. Is that right?
If the language in the proposed resolution is modified to carry out the intent that you just described, then yes. The language is currently proposed, I would suggest we revise.
So we have to revise the
Yes.
resolution? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That helps eliminate one of the questions that I had, so, or it's covered that question. I appreciate the detail that you've brought back to us. You presented to us in Public Works and endured our questions there and came back with further refinement in how we can understand what this sign will look like. I'm looking at this a bit from the perspective of a former member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, where I served with the inestimable Judy Schwartz, who is behind you. And Judy has influenced my perception of signs in a positive way. And Judy still serves on that board. Thank you very much. So I appreciate Clara's question about can we discuss a reduction in the size of the sign. And I appreciate that this development is, an example of new urbanism, mixed-use development in town, and one of the earliest ones. I'm sorry that it missed the mark on setback. It is so far back from the road that it makes it seem like a sign of this scale is needed. But to the point that's been made by others so far, lighting on the facade is not as bright as it might be. That could help reduce the need for such a large sign. And I think the aesthetic is going to be a sticking point for a lot of folks who have the opportunity to review and advise on this. The building itself has elegance to it. It has a rhythm and a shape that suggests stability and beauty and history. And this sign is practical, but without any reference to the building that it's representing. So I think you'll want to give some more thought to the aesthetic so that it does reflect the beauty of the building and the scale. I would really like to see it just a little smaller. Traffic is slower on Elmwood Avenue these days for all kinds of good reasons. And the goal is to keep it steady and slow so that people can see what's around them. The slower we go, the more we see what's set back from the street. And the other thing, just wanted to question the decision between a backlit sign as proposed versus a sign that is, say, some of those elegantly carved signs that have the uplighting on them.
It's not designed as a backlit sign.
Oh, it's not.
Designed as uplighting from the ground.
Okay, it is, okay. Good, no backlight. That's preferable in my estimation. So, no, this is very helpful, thank you.
If I could, just because I'm hearing everybody's comments, we
And if
would
you
like the
Just
opportunity.
state your name.
Oh, sorry, it's Becky, again with SWBR. We would love the opportunity to reevaluate the aesthetics of the sign, go back with our team, and have some collaboration, if that's a possibility. We would love that opportunity.
I'd say that's more than a possibility. That's something I would encourage you to do. Well, I think probably table.
So does that mean we keep the hearing open and they return with a new concept, or?
We could do one of two things, I think.
Do you want to say what those one of two things are, and I'll tell you if you're right?
Well, we have a public hearing that's open. We could table it until a date that right now is uncertain. Or we could close the public hearing, not take any action, with the understanding that you will be coming back with a new proposal. And I would certainly encourage conversation with town staff and maybe taking the feedback you heard. Nobody talked about the shape of the sign. I certainly agree with a lot of what I heard you say, Christine. I don't know, the color struck me as very stark is the right word, yes. And even the shape is just very, it may be a rectangular sign is the only practical alternative, but I guess my thought is that we close the hearing, not take any action, understanding that you'll be coming back at a future meeting, and actually I would encourage coming into, again, to Public Works, again, to get some feedback from the Public Works Committee.
If I may, Supervisor, I would agree with that approach. It'll allow the applicant the time it needs to redesign the sign at the date within which it is ready to have that new plan reviewed. Public Works Committee obviously makes a lot of sense, and depending on the timing when they make their request, that'll allow the town clerk and us the ability to recalendar a public hearing for a future town board date.
Now, I will say it's my understanding, since I was just at an event over there as well recently, that the restaurant is anticipated for opening later this spring.
The restaurant will probably be able to open sometime in June, but we are waiting on a liquor license. Obviously, that's the different stuff. So we probably are planning for a grand opening celebration in August, but we would probably be doing some form of soft opening with our residents and some events once we are cleared and have our Monroe County food permits and all that. We just won't fully open grand opening without the liquor license, which is no hiccups with that, just a standard process for a liquor license.
Yes. That's helpful. Okay. I just wanted to get a sense of fitting, the approval timeline with your anticipated opening timeline, and that seems consistent, something that, we can work with you on, and because I do understand, and the mixed use is a good concept, and it was what was anticipated, and so the opportunity to get signage that will help make it work. I think let's all go back to the drawing board and try to do that. Anybody else with comments while the record of the hearing is still open?
Well, if we're closing the hearing, does that mean that the comments at the next evaluation of the submission would not be a public.
No, I think what we would probably do is when we open a public hearing on the next one, we would note that the comments from the previous hearing are incorporated into the record of the new hearing.
Not to preclude further.
Absolutely,
Oh,
right.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Any resulting resolution would recite all the public hearings that were undertaken in connection with the request for the modification of the incentive zoning resolution. So we would refer back to today's record in addition to any future records that are of public hearings that are opened.
Yeah. Okay. If there is no one else, no board members, then I declare this public hearing to be closed. We will not take any action tonight and look forward to talking further, probably at a Public Works Committee meeting. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Tony. Okay, our second public hearing tonight is being held under Section 202B of the town law. The town board is being asked to issue bonds in an amount not to exceed $290,000 for the purchase of a 10-wheel dump truck under Section 202B. Because this dump truck is being purchased for the sewer district as a district acquisition, equipment acquisition, Section 202 requires this public hearing. So Dan, has the necessary legal notice been given in this matter?
Yes, Supervisor, published in the April 27th edition of the Daily Record.
Thank you. Legal notice having been given, I declare this public hearing to be open. And I know we have both this matter as well as a separate matter. This is really the public hearing. The 202B is really the sort of a preliminary step, and we will have the actual bond resolution later on the agenda. I don't know, Bill Hafner is not here tonight. Earl, is there anything you want to add?
I'll just add that this is part of our normal process. Back last summer, we evaluated all of our vehicles, and the sewer vehicle was identified for replacement by our head mechanic and our sewer department. And then it was part of the budget process for approving that plan. So at this point, we are just carrying out that plan that we put in place last year. And, just the hearing is just required because it is for the sewer district.
Thanks, Earl. Is there any members of the public that would like to address the board on this public hearing? Any members of the board have any comments on this? Hearing none, I declare this public hearing to be closed. I'll ask Councilmember Sanguinetti for a motion.
I move that we close the hearing on the matter seeking 202B public hearing on the issuance of bonds in an amount not to exceed $290,000 for the purchase of a 10-wheel dump truck.
And that we approve the resolution in the, under
yeah,
Section
before us.
202B in the form prepared by bond counsel.
Yes.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion?
Only to note that we need a correction in the resolution to include Councilmember Sanguinetti. The roster reflects a former configuration.
Maybe it got revised, because
Did it?
mine.
It was a revised edition.
It was, okay,
Yeah, mine
excellent.
does
Then it's
have-
been caught already, and I'm
Yep,
looking at
yep.
the second to last iteration.
Check, I had to correct the resolution they provided as well as the notice. But that was all done.
Okay.
Can't forget Clara.
No, never.
All right, so it's been motioned on the floor, seconded. Anything further from the board? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado?
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Communications, can I have a motion to receive and file the communications?
Bill, I move that we receive and file the communications.
Second.
We have 4 items of communication tonight. They all relate to the town hall project. We have correspondence from Joan Swankamp and other members of the Library Board of Trustees requesting that as part of the Phase 2, the site work on the town hall property, that a drive-through book drop be maintained. And we have communications from George Smith, from county legislators Sue Hughes Smith and Albert Blankley, and Bill Price, each asking that the site work be paused and delayed. Chris,
If I
you made the
may,
motion.
Legislator
Can I-
Sue Hughes Smith.
Can I just note, who made the second?
I did.
Nate did, thanks. Okay, go ahead, Claire.
Legislator Sue Hughes Smith asked me to read her and Legislator Blankley's letter into the record.
Yeah, it
This is
is in the record, but
She asked me to read
you are
it.
free to read it.
Thank you. May 10th of 2026. Dear Supervisor Mealy and Town Council members, we were very pleased when it was announced that the town would be able to keep the community pool. Having a campus with a library, playground, splash pad, and pool will serve as a wonderful gathering place for everyone in the community. However, it has recently been brought to our attention that community input had not been gathered regarding the second phase of the project that includes redesigning the parking area. Although the project has been on the agenda and discussed at Public Works Committee meetings, community members were disappointed that there had not been an opportunity to provide input outside of the regular workday. Their concerns center around the plan to remove trees from the property in order to expand parking. As we have supported the development and adoption of the Monroe County Active Transportation Plan and the road diet along Elmwood Avenue to improve safety and encourage walking and biking, we felt it important to communicate our hope that you will reconsider this part of the plan. We know that the town also has a plan to make Brighton more walkable and bikeable. Expanding parking will have the opposite effect. When parking is expanded, it serves to discourage active transportation. Indeed, shifting our culture around transportation includes shifting the norms around parking. In addition, we encourage you to keep as many of the trees as possible. The benefits that trees provide us are numerous. We want to highlight that playgrounds are more usable when they are shaded, and benches under a tree provide a place of cool respite for all. While we appreciate the intention to replace trees, it takes years for trees to mature and reach a scale to meaningfully provide these services. We hope you are able to proceed with the project in a manner that optimizes our collective commitment to a healthier community. Regards, Susan Hughes Smith and Albert Blankley.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll on the motion to receive and file those.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado?
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Committee reports, Community Services Committee.
The Community Services Committee has not met since the last town board meeting. The next meeting will be, it is up in the air. Did we change the date?
The chief is being sworn in as chair of the state chief of police organization on the night of the 19th. He has asked me to attend that event. It is out of town in Lake Placid. If we can, I would love to see both the Finance and Community Services Committee meetings moved to Thursday, the 21st. Is that all right with you?
You said the 21st, let me just.
The Thursday, the 21st.
Yeah.
Clara, does that work for you?
have to check with my other job schedule.
Okay.
I can get back to you guys.
Okay.
Well, if Chris is able to, then.
Okay.
I'm able to attend.
All right, then let's, thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all. That works for everybody. Then the next meeting will be the 21st, and we'll get the notice out tomorrow.
So the next meeting of the Community Services Committee will be on Thursday, May 21st at 10 a.m. at the Recreation Center. The public is always encouraged to attend, although it is at an hour that can be complicated for some folks.
Thank you. Finance Administrative Services.
The Finance and Administrative Services Committee met this past Wednesday, May 6th. We reviewed the executive summary of the financial draft of the audit, which, as Mike mentioned earlier, shows finances of the town are in order. I wanted to again to thank Earl, Marcia, Jennifer May, Amy, Sumega, and as well as everyone, all of the departments for helping, again, for their excellent work to getting the audit done. We also discussed the proposal from Pro Construction to do the Clover Street sidewalk. Our next meeting will be held on Wednesday, May 20th of 2026 at 8:30 a.m. in this room.
I know we also discussed the town hall project and some other items as well at that.
We discussed many things. I was trying to get the meeting going.
Got it, okay. I'm just sensitive, make sure that people understand that, okay, good. Public safety.
Yes, Bill, we last met yesterday, May 12th. You stole my thunder. My big announcement was Chief Cathaldi being appointed to be, is it appointed or elected, Chief?
It's elected.
Elected. To being elected the president of the New York State Association of Chiefs. Well-deserved honor, and I think we can.
Does that make you the chief of chiefs?
I've heard that said, but I would not go that far. No.
Big chief.
The big chief.
I will recall a predecessor of yours who was sometimes referred to as the chef of police.
Tom was. I really appreciate it. I'm very humble. My goal has always been to showcase what we do here in this town. As a police department, as a local government, I'm proud of it. I get to sit around the table with chiefs from around the state, and I can assure you and I can assure everybody in this room that this town sets a very high bar for public service, and I'm very proud to represent this town. I'm very proud to put this town on the map. It's been 40 years since Gene Shaw was the president of the New York State Chiefs Association, which was 1986, the year I graduated high school, by the way. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well-deserved, well-deserved. We also discussed a crosswalk at Lac de Ville, which we were all very positive about. We agreed to the need of that crosswalk. The supervisor and Glenn Layton, head of Public Works, indicated they were going to begin progress on a traffic study, which will lead to an eventual crosswalk in that area, because we know how important it is to walk to Rita's in the summer. Our next meeting will be on June 9th at 0800 hours, and we'll end exactly at 0900 hours every time.
If not sooner.
If not sooner.
We're a little early.
Thank you, Nate. Public safety. I'm sorry, yeah.
I can do it again.
No, please don't. Public Works. Here we are trying to get done quick.
Thanks, Bill. We had our May Public Works meeting on Tuesday, the 12th, being yesterday. And I don't have the minutes as yet, but based upon my notes, we first discussed property maintenance code recommendations that have been submitted to us, and those are going to be analyzed, and there'll be a presentation at the next meeting. We went through in detail the various responses and information in general regarding the waste management services here we've got in the various districts, refuse districts in town. And we're seeing hopeful signs. It's never going to be perfect, I think, but the missed pickups have declined significantly, and the total number of calls and inquiries to the department have also been reduced. And we're talking about 51,000 customers, so it's a big operation. but we're still reviewing it. And just looking at it critically as to whether or not we should consider other vendors or continuation of the contract we have right now, which is, to my eye, very inexpensive compared to what other towns are, other private customers are paying. We talked about crosswalks in general, and we've asked that the commissioner give us a list of the crosswalks that are under consideration, and there are many of them on the county roads. I know in particular there's been a request for a crosswalk across Penfield Road at Colonial Village, and that is under consideration already with the county, and we're pursuing that, and we think it'd be a good idea, but hopefully it will be warranted. So we hope to see that list of crosswalks under consideration and their status soon.
Chris, if I could.
Sure.
One of those crosswalks we also discussed yesterday was the crosswalk at East Squire Drive at Rustic Village in Crittenden. And I spoke with the county executive today about that crosswalk, and in particular about the language of the communication we received from the Department of Transportation. Now, I understand that they don't want to reduce what I consider, and I know you can, I think all of us probably consider to be an excessively high 40-mile-an-hour speed limit on that stretch of road. What really got to me was their statement in the letter that a lower speed limit would be unenforceable. And the county DOT is not in charge of enforcement of speed limits. And there are certainly county roads in the town of Brighton and elsewhere, including 4-lane roads, that have a speed limit lower than 40 miles an hour. So I was disturbed that the letter would make that assertion. And so the county executive is going to, get back with his people and discuss that further. Whether it's a 30 or a 35, I think a 30 is, on a short street like that, is probably warranted, but even 35 would be an improvement over the 40.
Perhaps my recollection is incorrect, but my recollection was that they said they were going to retain it at 35, which is what is currently set at.
I thought the discussion was that it was 40.
Yeah,
the
federal DOT standards say it's rated for a 40-mile-an-hour roadway. However, it is marked at 35 miles an hour.
Okay, all right. Well, I still think that 30 is the
30
appropriate
would be optimal.
speed.
But I mentioned
And it
the
would be
particular,
enforced.
I'm sorry. I mentioned the particular crosswalk there at Colonial Village to the extent that there was a petition submitted to the county for that, but it's already under consideration. Town paving projects are undergoing, and we've got a comprehensive list of now those that are being chip sealed and those that will be mill and filled, full paved streets, and it's helpful to have that as well.
And we anticipate that being posted on the town website in the very near future.
Yes,
So that
that is
residents can see.
the expectation.
Like tomorrow.
A good task for me to do while I'm on Army duty this weekend when I have free time.
Hopefully we can.
Excellent.
I'm sure.
Glenn, if we can get it
Double
up-
tasking, I like
if
that.
I mean, it's one page. I mean, it would really be great to get it up tomorrow.
Also, we looked at various town projects and got updates on the homemakers monuments, the sidewalk updates, and we've asked for a list of the sidewalk projects
working that
as
too.
well that are undergoing, and some are with both incentive zoning projects, others that are 50-50 split with the county, and others are through state grants as well. Or
CDBG, Community Development Block Grant.
Thanks.
Federal.
The County Parks,
CBGBs.
Yes.
Yes, I
the town park solar installation is in place, and they're going to be looking at how it performs. Recreation and Parks Office alterations are underway and hopefully getting to the point of a punch list, and looking forward to a move hopefully by the end of June. Is that correct?
Earlier,
May 27th and 8th.
right?
Terrific. We talked about town hall renovation in general. We also talked about the site work and had presentations as well. And then we also talked about the recreation Phase 3 process and got recommendations from Mr. Price as to how that might best proceed. Our next meeting is on June 9th at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Chris. New business, reading and approval of claims. Clara.
Yeah. Earlier today, I reviewed the claims that total $1,162,681.34. Of note, we have a payment of approximately $45,000 for police body camera program, as well as about $500,000 in payments to waste management to cover monthly bills from January through April. Claims appear to be in order, so I move for them to be approved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado?
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Why don't you do the next one too, Clara?
The next matter seeks to authorize the issuance of bonds for the Clover Street Sidewalk project in an amount not to exceed $120,000, and I move that we approve the resolution before us.
Second.
This resolution really sort of pairs with the next resolution. The Clover Street Sidewalk project is one where we have a community development block grant that will cover actually more than the difference between the 143 and the 120. But we authorize the issuance of those bonds in case there's any need for a change order during the course of the project. But the anticipated, we've got 35,000 in CDBG, 120, so we do have about 12,000 in free space, but we will only issue as much in the way of bonds as are needed to cover the full cost of the project. And those bonds will be issued along with a couple of other bonds, the truck that we've already talked about, and another one for the purchase of a plow truck and a backloader that's later on the agenda. So we have a motion. It was seconded, Nate? You seconded?
I think Christine did. Yeah.
Seconded it, okay. Any further discussion? This is, by the way, Clover Street north of East Avenue, heading up towards the railroad tracks where Clover Street dead ends. One side has no sidewalks, one side has only 4-foot wide sidewalks, so those will be in tough shape. Those sidewalks will be replaced and widened to a 5-foot sidewalk.
I have a question. Glenn, is there a way that we can pair more than one sidewalk project at a time instead of doing one every few months?
Yeah, in this case, this one was ready to go. We are actively working on designs for the Monroe County 50/50 grant sidewalks, and as soon as those are complete for the batch that we're pushing for 2026, we will put those out as a group. And then our plan is, we're currently also designing the 2027 sidewalks. So as those get designed this year, we'll have those ready to put out to bid in the early spring, late winter of next year, so we can get those all designed. So we're playing catch-up this year, but we're also being fully engaged to prepare for next year.
Yeah.
And what I would also say is we do have a sidewalk, Pro Construction is our current sidewalk construction contractor. So while we may sometimes have to do individual segments of sidewalk, we know that we will be doing them with the given contractor for the year. We have those bids, they have some renewal periods, and then we go back out to
Yeah, my comment was also in regards to savings in terms of bond issuance, because we expect to have a large bond issuance next year. I'm wondering how many of these sidewalk projects we can pull into the bond issuance of 2027.
And what we're doing this year, we are, $1 million is the break point, in terms of some added issuance costs. Over $1 million, you have to do an official statement, and the bonds are rated.
Yeah.
So we are combining this sidewalk project, the sewer project that we previously discussed, and the 540 plow truck backhoe loader to keep the total principal cost under $1 million, thereby being able to issue them at a lower cost.
I understand, but I believe that next year we're looking at an issuance of at least $15 million. Is that correct?
This year, we have issued bond anticipation notes relating to the town hall project that are close to that dollar amount, and obviously, we won't know exactly how much gets termed out long-term until the project is finished. But at that point, those bonds will be long-term bonds. They will be issued with an official statement. Our financial advisor, Municipal Solutions, will work with bond counsel, and we will not only have that official statement, but they will be rated by Moody's. So
Yeah, that was not my question, but.
Okay. I'm not sure what your question.
If we have 3 sidewalk projects that we could lump all together for next year.
Oh, could we add sure, we might be able to.
So that was my comment, if we could,
My plan is to have all the 2027 sidewalks designed this year and ready to go as a complete set for bid and award as a one.
Thank you, Glenn. Okay. I'm done for now.
Can I have is there any further comment? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll on the issuance of bonds.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado?
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Chris, the next item?
Bill, this is to authorize the supervisor to enter into an agreement with Pro Construction for construction services for the Clover Street Sidewalk Project in an amount not to exceed $143,129.68. I move that we adopt the resolution before us.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado?
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Nate, the next one, please.
The next matter seeks to authorize the issuance of bonds in an amount not to exceed $290,000 for the purchase of a 10-wheel dump truck. I move that we approve this motion as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
This is the matter that we previously discussed in the 202B hearing for the purchase by the sewer department. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado?
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Christine, the next item.
Yes, the next item seeks to authorize the supervisor to enter into an agreement with Zolad's Construction Company Incorporated for construction services related to the Town Hall renovation project, Phase 2 site work, in an amount not to exceed $4,482,150, and to execute any change orders in an amount not to exceed 10% of the total price. I move that we adopt the resolution before us.
Second.
And that's in the aggregate, the change order item. We have motion, it's been seconded. Discussion?
Yes, I have a few comments. But first of all, I would like to thank the planning board members, conservation board members, our county legislators, and hundreds of residents who have advocated for our town's commitment not only to the community at whole, but our environment. As we know, trees are just not landscaping, they're essential infrastructure for our town. They cool our community, they manage stormwater, improve air quality, support wildlife, as we've heard from our residents, and also make Brighton the place that people choose to live and raise their families. If we're going to speak proudly about our town's environmental values, we have to prioritize them in all of our decisions. The town has not conducted a parking study, and we have not demonstrated a clear need to remove trees to add parking, especially given that the splash pad has not yet been finalized and was proposed for this location in part to encourage people to walk rather than drive. Therefore, I propose amending the resolution we have here so that we can approve Phase 2 site work contract while also preserving the trees and reducing cost. We can achieve this by adding 3 changes. 1, eliminating the parking expansion north of the library so we can restore that area to green space while preserving the mature trees. 2, resurfacing the existing town court parking area on the Elmwood side so we can preserve those 3 mature trees. And lastly, eliminating the proposed sidewalk around the island north of the police station so we can preserve the existing green space and also mature trees. And obviously, I think it goes without saying, but we need to make sure that we replace, I believe there's been 5 trees already removed, so we will need to replace them at a minimum of 1.5 to 1 ratio, so that would mean about 8 trees, with approval from the Conservation Board. So if I need to summarize, these 3 changes is going as a contract proposed, but taking away the tree removal, which will not only save costs and save the trees, but also make the project time go faster.
John, before I ask for a second, is that amendment in form that we can consider, or do we need more precise language?
So the resolution as it's currently drafted is permitting a maximum amount pursuant to the bid that was received. It has also been drafted to be subject to review and approval of the agreement by the attorney to the town, so I can make changes to the underlying agreement with the contractor if the board approves the contract award. If I understand Clara's comments, the request for removal of certain items within the bid package that was submitted and ultimately is the one that is before this board as being the lowest responsible bidder may, if this board so chooses, to necessitate a change in the overall award that is currently here. That is one way to effectuate it. It could also be specified within the resolution to direct me as attorney to the town to modify the underlying contract to ensure that I remove the precise provisions that are not being approved by the town board. So I would request an opportunity, obviously, to specify which portions of that award are being modified to make sure that I'm removing the correct pieces. So I would prefer to include language to that effect.
I guess part of my concern, it's at least one of them, and I think it's more than one, necessitates a modification to the design. If I understand correctly what you are requesting on the public safety side, you are asking that the 3, I believe, trees that are near the, they are sort of to the southeast of the current 45-degree jog in the driveway there, that the proposed design incorporates a 90-degree, 2 90-degree turns for traffic calming, and to complete that portion of the project without removing trees would necessitate a redesign of at least that portion of the project. So we would need to, on that, go back to the design team and ask them to prepare a new design for the project. In addition, the trees that you are referring to in the rear are being removed to install security fencing around the vehicle parking lot, the Brighton Police Department vehicle parking lot for security. And if those trees are not removed, I don't believe that we could install that fencing. And that area would need to be redesigned as well, partly because there's some ingress-egress changes that are being made there. There are 2 linden trees near the recreation area that were damaged, which were already, as you read the arborist report, in pretty high risk, and also are impacted by the geothermal construction in that area. I don't know that we would have to redesign anything, but those trees have been identified by our arborist as being at pretty high risk, and in the vicinity of a children's recreation area, I'm concerned about leaving those trees in place. We also have a very small tree adjacent to the town clerk's office that the concern is, and it's a 6-inch diameter cedar, but the concern is it is in immediate proximity to the foundation. And I know there was a suggestion that that tree should be removed for that reason. So I'm not sure that the motion on the floor, without some further amplification as to the need for additional design work on some of those components, can accurately reflect your intent of not removing any additional trees at this time.
Bill, and I'm trying to do the map in my head here. The turn by where the police station is, and the other trees that you mentioned, are those outside of the scope, you would say, of the 10% change order that would be allowed even if this amendment was not put in? Because it's, and again, I'm not an architect, but it seems to me that these might be subtle enough changes that they could be made even with the amendment, without a full redesign and without being without breaking an agreement that we'd be voting on tonight.
Well, we clearly need a redesign in that area, because that is what was designed is different than what would be proposed here. I don't know what the cost of that design work would be. The cost of, because that change was made for 2 reasons. One, to, as a traffic calming measure, but 2, to allow both a right and a left turn out of the public safety wing ingress-egress driveway, similar to what we have on the library side. So I don't know what the change in cost might be. I mean, it might not be. And then the police work, if those trees were to stay, we would not be able to make the security improvements to the parking that the police department has requested. So again, I don't know what the change in cost would be. Probably not, other than the fact that I know the the fencing itself has been purchased already. So I doubt that the cost of not installing and changing the design to not install that fence certainly wouldn't be 10% of the cost. But we would have to decide whether we're comfortable giving up that additional security that the police department has felt is important for their vehicles.
Is it possible to go back to the designers and ask that pose that question? Is it possible to both keep the trees, and I believe those are the trees that Zachary was talking about when he was looking out his window.
I think he might have been talking about the locust trees in back.
Okay. I thought...
And those locust trees have quite a high risk rating from our arborist.
I guess
and and their root system was impacted by the geothermal.
I understand. I guess I wonder if it's possible to go back to the design team, to this company that may be the winning bid in a few minutes, and say we'd still like the fence, but I guess I'm curious as to their professional opinion.
Well, it would actually not be to them. It would be to INEX and EDR, who were who put together the designs that are here. And then we would probably have to go back out. I don't know, but my thought is we'd have to go back. We might have to go back out to bid. I'm not sure.
John, the contract is an itemized bid, right?
Yes, it is, but.
Because I have the EDR drawings right in my computer right now, and I can see the trees behind the police station are all in one line, essentially.
They are.
So I don't
That's
see
correct.
the traffic calming 90-degree angles would not be affected. If anything, we'll be saving money from not having to cut those trees, redo the green space, and also we'll be saving money by not having to install other trees elsewhere, and the fence can be south of that line of trees. I don't see in the drawings how that's affected. It just has to be moved.
The problem is that's not the project that was designed. And Chief, I don't know what you know about the ability to install around those existing trees.
I just want to make sure we're talking.
Right.
Why weigh in on anything?
Yeah.
Where's the police department?
So this would be right here.
This is where we're parking here? So you're talking these trees here?
Yeah.
So there was a couple issues with those trees, if you remember, and I just want to make sure we're talking about those same trees. Some trees were taken out already because, remember, they had 2-inch thorns on them?
Yes.
I don't know the name of those trees. We had officers walking by, and there were literally 2-inch thorns on the trees.
I think those may have been locusts.
Yeah, I don't know what they were. They were dangerous for the police officers walking around. And then the other tree that we have there, I know there was a problem with it. We couldn't even park a car in at least 1 or 2 of the parking spots because the sap was turning the cars black. And we had to take them and get special solvent to get the black off the cars. I know that may be a minor thing, but then also I know that there was discussion about snow removal issues, where the fence was going to be. So I know there were a lot of issues involved with that. And I know there was a lot of thought in that decision-making process. But what trees you're thinking about putting there now, I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah, same question. Just.
Yes.
Why does the cars need security?
Well, there have been issues in the past where we've had cars damaged by vandals. There have been other municipalities, I can think of Webster for one, that had their entire fleet of cars damaged and taken out of service. We have equipment in those cars that is very expensive. It's very easy for somebody at 24 hours a day at night, they can come up to the cars and damage them, and there's expensive equipment in those cars.
It's just a fence, there's no.
Barbed wire or anything like that? No.
Or anything like that?
We currently have cameras there as well. But the fencing is going to add an additional measure of security for those vehicles.
So is there planning to be some kind of a walkway then on the other side of the fence for us to be able to get out that way?
I'm not sure.
Us, the people who live on this side of the.
I believe there was a walkway around the
Yes.
perimeter of the fence.
Yeah, you can still use the parking lot that is where the cars park, you just won't be able to get to the cars, the police cars.
So that the parking that people can use.
Yeah, that's not going to impact that. I'm talking just the police department parking lot where the police cars are parked, the marked police vehicles.
Yes, Councilmember, how many?
Yes, there will be. I wanted to get to the map that shows where the sidewalks are. Yes, there will still be sidewalk there in addition to the fence. This is that area. This, yeah, this is will be the secure police lot. There will be a gate there, and there will be sidewalk.
I was just, you said it would be nice to see it. It is available. Is this the most recent one on the town project
What's the date?
update page?
I'm looking at this this
So
map.
this is-
It shows the sidewalks as well as this sidewalk.
Yeah, and what I'm,
Yeah,
that is the most recent one?
That's the
Okay.
most
Yes, it
recent
is.
concept.
You can find this on the town website. If you have a smart device with you right now, you can see it on your really teeny screen, or you can go home and look at it on a bigger screen, and I wish we had it projected here for easier conversation. That is my recurring request for a lot of these discussions, but here we are.
There are some
So
technical issues
Yes,
that
yep,
could-
I understand. So
This is
you
not
can
our
go,
building.
right. You can go to brightonny.gov. That lands you at the town homepage, and in the search bar, if you type in Town Hall Project, the very first result will lead you to the Town Hall renovations update page. Scroll down that page, and this site plan is available as a PDF, and you can download it and blow it up as big as you need to.
It's map C102. Map C102 will show you where all of the sidewalks in the rear of the building and around the parking and the crosswalks.
So going back to the original comment, I believe this would be a slight modification of moving the fence south of those three trees. And again, I strongly believe that savings of not removing those trees will outweigh the amount of minutes it would take EDR to just move the fence slightly south.
Chief, what would that do to the turning radius of your police vehicles coming in and out of the parking lot?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't want to speculate.
For some reason, the east-facing width of the drive looks very wide to me. I think can't really read over here, but there's plenty of clearance to keep that 90 angle.
No, I was referring to if we slide the fence south, that may impact the existing parking spaces that the police vehicles have within that parking lot. And so if we move that south of the existing green space, that will probably take away anywhere from 2 to 3 feet of the vehicle space, because right now the police cars pull in and then they pull into their spaces and they have to back out or pull out depending on how they park. So we'd be further restricting the space between the pad here, again, the grass area against the building, and the turning of the vehicles in and out of the parking spots.
Yeah, I think it's worth asking EDR. I don't think it'll take them that long to figure it out.
I think it's also important to note that in the plans, in the bid packet, and it's clarified, I know it was a question that came up at the pre-con meeting, the importance, the time frame that we have here, the importance of being able to at least lay the base coat of asphalt by approximately November 15th, when the asphalt plants close. we are already very, very tight in terms of being able to get the work to the point where they can lay that base asphalt coat. We know the top coat will not be laid until next year. But if the asphalt coat, if the base coat is not able to be laid this year, the entire parking field will effectively be a construction site. We already have a large area that is gravel, but because we will be doing construction work to prepare for laying that base coat of asphalt, the impact of not being able to potentially finish that would be hugely significant in terms of snow removal, in terms of having marked spaces in the parking lot, in terms of being able to complete any of the pedestrian improvements that are there, and would almost certainly necessitate an increase of cost because they've already got a cost factor added in because we are asking them to do the work on a short, relatively short timeline to get it done by November 15th. So I cannot honestly say what the cost impact would be or what the timeline impact would be, but I do know that we are very, very close to a time at which we cannot complete laying a base coat of asphalt this year. If we can't do that, we will not be able to leave Empire State University. We will have to stay there. We will have to pay asphalt 2027 asphalt prices, and we will not have a safe pedestrian area. Glenn, it's a good time to mention, I was out there, the blue walkway needs to be replaced close to, there's an area where it has gotten badly frayed. But we will not have these pedestrian improvements that are being added for the first time in the rear lot. So I recognize the intent behind your amendment. The trees in the large trees are both at significant risk anyway. The only 20-inch plus trees are near the recreation area. The 3 trees along the police fence line are 8, 10, and 12-inch trees. The tree next to the clerk's office window is a 6-inch tree. There are 3 trees in the front that would be impacted by changing to eliminating the traffic calming and going to a 45-degree, but that would necessitate some revised designs. So most of the trees are either already at significant risk of falling and would be falling in an extremely dangerous recreation area, or are quite small trees and will increase and be replaced more quickly than these are not mature trees.
I'm looking at the plans right now.
Mr. Price?
You have an arborist report to support that?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Because no arborist would agree with that. You are wrong. You're lying.
Mr. Price? Clara, if you have a question, please continue.
What you're telling this board is false. And why this gentleman isn't stepping up and talking about how you are not right is hard to believe. What Clara is proposing will take less time. You'll be able to move it. You can move in today. Don't tell anybody that you can't move in because of base paving. This project can be completed this season. Everything can be done.
If we can.
It will cost less. The amount of money you're going to pay EDR to do 1 week's worth of changes doesn't even come close to your contingency or any other amount you're talking about. You are wrong about your schedule. You are wrong about your costs. You are not telling the truth. You're guessing, and you're wrong because you haven't done this before. You haven't. Accept her modification and move on with this project and get done.
Clara, were you trying to say something?
So I was going to add, which, equal Mr. Price's comments, is that we're going to be saving a lot of time, not only money, not only saving the trees, but we're going to be saving time in removing these 3 locations that right now EDR has in their plans as removals. So the project can move forward. There's not going to be delays. We're going to save money, and we're going to save, most importantly, the trees. These 3 locations are in a place where it will not affect the traffic flow. It will not affect any infrastructure. If anything, it will preserve the potential green space that we're giving up as we have the current designs. So I have to say it's very misleading to say that my proposals are going to be delaying the project, because that's just not true. Again, I want to highlight the fact that residents have spoken, our county legislators have spoken, the Conservation Board and the planning boards that we have appointed, actual professionals that live in this town, have brought up many concerns. And the fact that we're just going to remove trees that don't need to be removed for more parking that has not been justified. We have not done a parking study. We have not even designed phase 3. We have not justified why we need to cut down these trees. So going back is not going to delay the project. If anything, it's going to save us money. I think we can approve this contract today with the modifications I proposed. And again, these are very minor adjustments that EDR can do in a matter of hours.
I wouldn't say hours.
Yeah, that's that.
I wouldn't say hours. I'd say weeks and a couple of months.
I've seen
depends.
architects and
It depends.
designers making changes.
Mr. Price.
It depends on specifically what we're looking at. If the proposal here, which I think I'm getting, is basically taking the existing layout we have now of the town hall site. So we'll have to go look, no matter what, the drainage in the existing areas, the stormwater drainage still has to be redesigned to be upgraded to support it, because the existing layout we have now does not support the current needs for the town hall. Especially behind the library, where during the construction, we had another sinkhole open up that we had to fill back in behind the library, where at least two large sinkholes, one which swallowed up a car in the recent years, was taken up. So those areas, it's not a simple grind and repave. We're still going to have to redesign the stormwater drainage in those areas if we keep the current layout. So there'll be a time where they have to do that design for that as well. In the other areas, we'd have to look at if the geothermal well goes back to grass, then we'd have to see what the impacts to that stormwater layout is. And if we remove that, where all that piping goes, and we have to redesign the flow of where the water's going to that area. So it's not a couple hours, it's not a couple of days, and we're gonna lose, I'd be rushing EDR to give me a proposal for a redesign for for the 21st. It would probably would not be a good enough cost estimate or price for that change order prior to this next FASC. So we'd probably be looking at that first Wednesday of June to present a change order. 2 weeks later, the first town board meeting of June, to get approval to do the change to the design Legally, we can't ask a contractor to do work without a signed change order. So we're probably looking well into July before we'd even see any redesign.
Thank you, Glenn.
And that's the truth. The way the town procurement policy is, it's going to take us at least 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks before we can even sign a change order award to get that design started.
So we're saying that we need to accept a mediocre design because of a matter of 3 weeks. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I don't think that's what you were hearing.
We are here to serve the residents of this town, and we have actually committed, we have a climate action plan that we committed to. We have a comprehensive plan that we committed to. We pride ourselves in all these values. We have a conservation board. We are Tree City USA. We have a tree council. We have a tree ambassador program. We have Arbor Day. We can go back and just cut all these trees without justification. We have
Claire,
not have a parking study done.
I've heard from a couple of people tonight the suggestion that the Conservation Board did not review these trees. I have the minutes, the excerpts of them. They're just short excerpts. Yes, in the minutes of those meetings, they have the arborists' reports, just the same as we get page upon page photographs, ratings of each tree that the arborist prepared and presented to the Conservation Board. At meetings on April 8th, 2025, and January 13th, 2026, which is the one relevant to the trees we're considering today, the Conservation Board voted to remove those trees. The Conservation Board voted to remove those trees, and I think it's important.
I'm sorry. George Smith said he did not vote on those. This was a procedural thing. He came in, showed him the plans, and they said they gave a blanket statement about the tree removal policy. George Smith does not support this, and Karen Berger does not support them. Both of them have signed a petition to pause this project.
I will read the recommendation. I will read Mr. Zossman.
All projects, because you give them no authority that you state you do, but you don't.
I will read paragraph 11 of the Conservation Board minutes of January 13th.
You don't have to read it to me. Everybody here believes what you have to say. They're not here today, but they adamantly oppose this.
The recommendation.
They wouldn't have given a recommendation if they opposed this.
The
part of the project.
Mr. Zossman, let me read. I think it's important that I read.
I think they should be here for you to read that to them, because I wasn't there and I can't recount this. So
Paragraph.
tell me that isn't truthful, because I've talked to their face and they told me that they did not approve this. They don't support it. Here's a gentleman who grows all the trees in your nursery, does not support this process.
But if they approved, if the Conservation Board approved
They
it,
did not. They both say they don't approve
we
this
have the
plan.
minutes from.
Those are two members of the Conservation Board, but it is a board of 7 individuals who vote.
And that's because that you don't help them enforce their policies.
Bill, I would like to hear the minutes read.
Okay. That paragraph, and I will read.
Can I just say one more thing? I'm sorry. I won't interrupt you again. I promise. Greg McMahon has done a visual survey of that site where the town hall is. And you could move back there tomorrow. All the parking spots are available. You don't have to renew any lease. You don't have to do anything. You could maybe repair 38 parking spots that are in the back. That's it. So don't say you can't move there and you have to renew a lease to save money. It's not true. Move back there tomorrow and make a better plan that deals with all of these issues. Do the right thing for this community. It doesn't have to be done, it's not going to be done this year anyway. It's going to be done in 2027.
Chris.
There'll be no pool, there'll be no playground, because you don't have a plan for that.
Chris, paragraph 11 is entitled Tree Council Review and Recommendations. And it says, based on the tree evaluation report and a site visit to the location of the trees, the Conservation Board provides the following recommendations. And there are some trees that are not relevant to this location. But the town hall trees, there are 9 trees listed, a 20-inch locust tree, a 10-inch hawthorn tree, an 8-inch hawthorn tree, and 6-inch weeping cedar, an 8-inch no-name, a 10-inch no-name, a 12-inch no-name, and it's my understanding that those 3 are the trees in the police that would be affected by the fence, a 24-inch locust tree, and a 26-inch locust tree. And the recommendation of each one of them, it reads, remove and replace. It is the intent of the town, although our general policy is to replace, as of this year, we've changed our policy to replace at a rate of 1.5 per tree that we remove. We have committed to replacing 2 to 1 on the town hall site to the extent that there are not sufficient locations on the town hall site for those trees. We would put them in other nearby locations.
Was Mr. Smith
Yes.
in attendance at that
Yes.
meeting?
Guys, how many, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Chris, if you had other, I was curious, how many trees would Clara's amendment affect?
Well, it
Claire,
would
do you-
affect
yeah.
9 trees, nine trees, 2 of which are the large locust trees near the recreation area that have been identified by our arborist as being at risk, high risk scores in a very high risk fall zone. The 20-inch locust tree is one of the trees in front that would be impacted if we were to change the
turn,
the configuration on that turn. The other trees are 12 inches or smaller, so they are not mature trees, and most of them, for example, there's the 6-inch cedar at Dan's office that is a concern because it is so close to the foundation. So those are the natures of the trees that the Conservation Board reviewed in this location.
I guess my read of Clara's amendment here would be to both save some trees that we couldn't get back if we moved forward, but also keep the project on time. It sounds like that was like a dual purpose.
And save.
And my other question would be, how many parking spaces are we gaining with Phase 2 of the project?
About 12 of the parking spaces are new handicap spaces, which also require loading areas on each side. So they are the functional equivalent of close to 2 parking spaces when you add a single handicap space. Right now, we have situations, our schedule makes it difficult on court days when there's often a large influx of people for court and the library to try to hold events at the same time. We do, even with our existing operations, There are times when the existing parking spaces become a real challenge on the site. The splash pad, which is open for a longer season than the pool, we certainly anticipate will add additional parking demands on the lot.
But we have, the community has not approved a splash pad, so we don't know.
Well, and what I was going to add is a follow-up is, I think, and Supervisor, I hear your concerns about the delay, and frankly, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking action that would throw the whole thing off a season. The strength, I think, of Town Hall Park and the amenities behind Town Hall is it's truly neighborhood amenities.
Correct.
You walk over, maybe someday you'll be in, you'll be getting Abbott's ice cream, and you'll walk over and see our brand new splash pad, and you'll play. Or you live in those neighborhoods, and you could walk through greenery to get to the pool, the rehabilitated pool. I don't see Phase 3 becoming an attraction that will bring folks from Monroe County driving down Elmwood and having overflow in the parking lot. The concerns that I hear from the community, and I think from the concerns that Clara is trying to address here is how do we improve the experience at Town Hall Park? How do we keep our project on time? And at the same time, not replace trees and green space with parking lot. I believe, and Clara, please don't let me, interpret your amendment for you, but I think that's what you're trying to balance here.
And thank you for that, because it truly is. I've seen this, I had the privilege of sitting on the planning board for a year or so, and I've seen designers, architects, and engineers doing plans in less than an hour, okay? I know that we have the very best, but I might be biased. But hearing that it may take EDR weeks, and that's why we would move with a less than great contract right now, is truly doing a disservice to the community, who voted for us to have their best interests at heart. So proposals that are saving cost and saving time and saving trees should be taken seriously, especially given that we still have time to make a couple adjustments. The northwest change I'm making would not affect any of the flow for the project because it's on the corner, as well as the southeast modifications I'm proposing on the Elmwood side. Again, I strongly believe that EDR could move that fence over in a couple of hours, but I strongly suggest for us to ask them before we assume it's going to take them weeks.
Can I ask?
Of course.
We are running late in the evening. We have much to discuss. Would there be an opportunity to call a special meeting to finish this discussion? Recognizing that our more thoughtful discussion would happen if we are not overextended, if we're better rested, and we can think about modifications and the potential for impacting the schedule. Is it possible to take that pause, find the time for this special meeting in the next 3 to 5 business days? Because what I'm feeling right now is very pressured.
You always can,
Mhm.
but again, it puts, I heard what Glenn said about.
But you didn't let me finish it.
Schedule.
Because I'm feeling very pressured to make a good decision on behalf of the community. And we're tired at this point. It's been a long night. We have other matters on the agenda. We could spend all night noodling through proposed amendments that are reasonable, proposed amendments that might come from the discussion that are not reasonable. But we're in for a long night if we continue right now.
And part of my concern, and part of the reason we are, people are looking at the same drawing and seeing different things, and that's hard to deal with. I can't tell you whether 5 days is what that's going to do. I'm not blowing smoke. I know we are on a tight timeline, and I don't know the impact of an additional 5 days. I'm going to be not available on the 19th or the 20th. This would be a meeting. We don't have this room reserved. This is not our building.
Right, yeah.
We don't have this room available. We have people who have, who have stuck it out. So John, I don't know what, we obviously can do it.
Yes.
We can, but my concern is, in particular, the availability of this room. Patty, I know, but we are a tenant here. And Empire State University is headquartered in Saratoga Springs. It may seem crazy, but we will have to get the local people here in this building may have to get approval from Saratoga Springs based on whatever other events might be scheduled during this time frame.
Would be happy to make a phone call for you tomorrow.
Well, no, we work.
I mean, because I come here a lot, I work here a lot, so it doesn't seem to be that hard to do.
Well,
I'm happy to
okay,
call
Patty,
and
thank you.
make that.
John?
I'm just looking, so special meeting, and I just wanted to confirm, so 2 days' notice under Town Law 62 is required for the special meeting, so if the board were to decide tonight to hold a special meeting, the earliest we can do it is arguably Monday, I would say,
We're not going to
we're not getting
notice
Friday.
tonight.
So, yeah, Monday. You're looking at Monday as the quickest turnaround. I can't speak, obviously, to the practical, functional availability of rooms and meeting schedules and things like that. That would have to be checked tomorrow in terms of available space. Assuming available space, Monday's the fastest the board could convene itself.
Does this need, would it need like newspaper notice? Or
No,
just
so under the open meetings
web?
law, a meeting scheduled on less than 1 week's notice, to the extent practicable, I think we posted on the website, alert the news media to the scheduled meeting and website, and post outside.
Yeah.
Just checking, just because I can't get it in, I couldn't get a notice in before.
Yeah, you wouldn't need to get a
It would-
formal notice
Tuesday would
because
be
it's
the-
less
if it
than
was a
1 week.
notice. Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
I will just say, I'm deeply troubled that we don't have language for this resolution. I'm very concerned as to what we are being asked to.
Oh, I can read it again very slowly.
No, Clara, it's not reading slowly. The resolution is in some detail. What is being proposed is more general in terms of changing this and not taking out trees, and I don't, in an amended resolution, I will want to know exactly what the language is.
I would like to see it sketched out on that map, exactly what's being proposed. To speak of it in general terms is pretty
You'll be going
loose.
in circles to try to get to the wording. I think what you need
We
is
have,
correct.
but Ed, we need the town, the obligation of the town board is to adopt specific resolutions.
I'm agreeing with you, which is why you cannot, I think I'm in the same your meeting, but you can reach the decision to table it and have another meeting is Christine's proposing, but what I'm suggesting is what you need is 5 resources, experts, people you pick, people the town picks, and they have a charrette, and they come together and they say, okay, this is the solution. And we have a solution for the security of the police, or we don't. We have to make a compromise. That's important. We're going to get rid of trees to have a fence, or no, we found a workaround. But you have professionals, and you have a new design. But you do it in the space of 5 days because you bring everybody together.
Ed, it sounds great, but you can't bring a charrette together and have new plans drawn in 5 days.
That's what a charrette is.
It will, no, you have to.
You can, and they do it all the time.
No.
They do. You have experts here that can tell you that.
We have done charrettes, and I know that it takes longer than that to bring in people and work with these. I do not believe, and I do respect the timeline estimates that Glenn is making. I do not believe that we would have a charrette called and a new design developed and new wording for a resolution and a change order in 5 days. I do not believe that, and I know that we are working on a very tight timeline.
Self-inflicted.
No, actually not.
I can ask the professionals that we appointed to serve our town to come up with a drawing so that we can share it in the next few days, so that you can visualize the 3 changes. The 3 changes I'm proposing are very simple. We're just saving the trees in 3 different spots that don't affect the flow of traffic, that don't delay the project. So I'm happy to put that on a plan, on a sketch, and send it to you, email it to you.
We are discussing something that is not formally on the table at this point. If there is a motion to be made to table this for again, I don't even know, we're dealing with a bunch of unknowns here. We're dealing with the unknown of when this room will be available. We're dealing with the unknown of translating concepts into actual plans that the town board can act on, and a resolution that a town board can act on, and we're in a position where we don't know the consequences if we are wrong. That's my very deep concern, and if we are wrong, we will be, it will dramatically delay the project, and honestly, I don't, I don't know what happens when we come back here in 5 days. I mean, if everybody, if all 5 of us are ready to say, we will vote for these plans, if we don't have new designs drawn by architects, new language for a resolution, a change order that's been submitted by our contractor, if everybody's willing to commit that they will vote for this existing plan, but if not, we're just looking at delaying for no clear benefit.
There's something so fundamentally wrong with expecting to have a town council that just rubber stamps whatever comes before us the day of the meeting. We received this packet today with hundreds and hundreds of pages to review. Some of us have full-time jobs.
This has been on the website for some time.
And it's been in discussion in committees for months.
But we are being pushed to approve the contract I just saw today with the resolution, and I don't want to blame our staff because I know that this just went out for bid days ago.
That's correct.
But the problem is that we're not doing our due diligence with these projects, and then we are being presented with contracts and being forced to okay them because of this imaginary time pressure that we really don't have. I've been working in different town committees. I've been on the planning board. I know that updates and changes can be done very quickly, especially if it means saving trees that once we cut them, we cannot get them back. No matter how many more trees we plant, it's just not the same. We're not taking that environmental cost into consideration, as well as knowing that removing more trees and putting more pavement actually makes the stormwater management worse. So we're also saving money in that regard. Again, the changes I'm making are very simple. If anything, I believe they're a compromise from what a lot of residents have been voicing over the last few months. It saves time and it saves money. I just really don't understand what's the problem. Again,
At this point, we do not have a matter before the board. We have nothing, the only thing we have, we have a motion
A motion and
before
a
the board,
second
and it's been seconded.
with the original.
We have a
proposed.
proposed amendment.
Correct.
That has not been seconded and has not been put into specific language. We don't have something to vote on that would amend that.
I do have specific language.
Supervisor, Claire's allowed to propose an amendment from the floor, even if it's not in written. And then if it's seconded, that's the item?
Absolutely.
That we are debating?
But we need, if there is to be such an amendment, we need specific language amending the existing resolution, or in the alternative, a motion to table. What I heard was, that it would be on a very, very short timeline, and anything else would not be consistent with the spirit of what I have been hearing. So it seems to me that the three options at this point are to continue discussion on the main motion and take a vote on it. 2, have an amendment with specific language drafted and seconded. Or 3, a motion to table to and I'll just suggest, it sounded like the spirit, to a specific time, probably Monday.
I have the specific language here. I'm happy to
Okay.
read it again.
Can you read it slow enough that I can type it?
I propose amending the resolution so that we can approve the Phase 2 site work contract while also preserving trees and reducing costs. This can be achieved by adding 3 changes. 1, eliminating the parking expansion north of the library and restoring that area to green space while preserving the mature trees. 2, resurfacing the existing town court parking area on the Elmwood side while preserving the 3 mature trees. And 3rd, eliminating the proposed sidewalk around the island north of the police station to preserve the existing lawn and mature trees.
Say that, eliminating proposed sidewalk around
The island north of the police station
north.
to preserve the existing lawn and mature trees.
So could you also email that to all of us?
Yeah.
And you're saying eliminating all the parking north of the library?
But,
So eliminating the parking expansion, so it's just a corner where there's two big trees on the, it's the corner, northwest corner
Those are
of
the ones
the
that have already been.
Already been deemed unsafe.
There's
They are likely
one-
to be taken down one way or the other.
the two large locust trees?
On the corner, I believe they're locust trees. Yes, there are locust trees.
In the northwest corner.
If those are unsafe, I can quickly set or keep
They
it
are
as
unsafe.
green space. Okay, so preserving green space,
So they
That was number
remain
one.
green space, is that correct?
preserving the green space.
No,
Well, we would probably plant replacement
Oh.
trees somewhere in or around that area, but
Sure, I'm open to that. So I think with a new ratio would be 4 new trees in and around that corner. But I'm
but
happy to
that's
make.
not language to a resolution that we can vote on.
well,
That does not properly amend the language of the resolution that is on the floor.
John, could I email this to you, and could we vote on the resolution you prepared, adding these 3 changes, and vote on that?
I'm thinking it through, so bear with me. Are you proposing any changes to the financial award of the bid package itself? Are we still approving the base bid
Well, given that it's
and the
itemized.
alternative?
Yeah, given that it's itemized, I don't see a conflict.
Okay, so we're still approving the bid, the contract award of 4.482 million and change, which is base bid and the alternate bid number 2. And those 3, so I have not studied, admittedly, I've not studied the itemization of the bid package itself.
So I have-
These 3
I
items
have-
that you have proposed,
I have so one of the direct savings, fresh off the bat, we save money by not having to remove the trees, which is costly. We also save money, it's also itemized, the replacement of those trees, which is also very costly, so those are itemized. And now my question would be to the asphalt, the savings in terms of asphalt, and the curbing around, I did not notice as being itemized, so we would have to, it is itemized, I believe, by some form of dimension. I want to say square footage, maybe. So in that case, there's a column that says unit, there's another column that says approximate quantity. So in that case, it could be adjusted that way. And I'm looking at the document titled Base Bid Itemized Proposal Construction of Brighton Town Hall Phase 2. So it was very clearly itemized, which in this case makes this a no-brainer, because we save money that we already know ahead of time, and it saves time, because we can get rid of those items.
we could, so it's unlikely that the language we craft in this resolution in and of itself is going to be specific enough without me exercising some level of discretion to go into the contract and modify the language. I'm going to have to go in and likely identify in particular the specifics of what these changes mean in the overall language of the contract. The intention should be clear from this board with respect to the 3 items that we are talking about. So when we talk about the elimination of parking expansion north of the library and restoring it to green space, we should be specific in terms of, as specific as we can be, with respect to, I don't know if we know what that square footage is, or the items that are identified in the contract itself that we could point to. I think that's the one that might require some calculation. resurfacing existing town core parking area on Elmwood side, maybe I typed that wrong.
But John, this is not resurfacing.
And that's what I need to, so, right, I mean, that was the, so if we're talking just the proposal on the.
What is needed in that area. What we do know is that there are drainage issues throughout the site. I don't know what the implications are in that specific area. And I don't know, you know, what is intended for the lot as a whole, even in those areas where we are staying within the existing curbs, is not to simply throw a top coat on. It is to remove the existing asphalt, do whatever additional work is required, lay a base coat of asphalt, and then next year, lay the top coat. I know one of the advantages of making that change, in addition to the traffic calming event impact, was to allow both a right and a left turn lane out of that egress point. So there, because the backup, if you do it at the 90 degree, you don't have, it's how it was described to me, you don't have the same amount of room to be able to have 2 rows of cars. I don't know.
So Supervisor, I think
But
that's.
I know that was one of the.
Yes, so I guess what I would say, Supervisor, is that speaks to the ability to implement the resolution amendment that is being proposed.
In 2 days.
In whatever time this board deems to be appropriate, because, so the language that's being proposed is to approve the contract bid subject to the following modifications. Now, the scope and breadth of those modifications, the question then becomes is how do we implement those modifications? Are they practically capable of being implemented? That is, you are raising, that's the question you are debating, is whether or not by speaking of directing the contract to be modified to resurface the existing town court parking area on the Elmwood side while preserving the mature trees. What must happen in order to give effect to that modification that this board is approving?
I'm willing to consider those, some modification if it might save some trees. I think you've got an exaggerated view of what the cost of removal of a tree is.
No, I'm just going off the bid offered.
Well, I do want to say that although the bids are itemized, that does not necessarily mean that if we change, they bid on a particular set of bid documents.
Yes.
If we change that, I don't know how they will, whether they will be willing to bid. I don't know, for example, whether these changes are so extensive. We haven't awarded a bid to anybody yet. Do we have to go back out?
That's the whole point of an itemized bid.
I do not know.
That's the whole point of an itemized bid. And I'm telling you, right, I'll tell you, I'm on page of the PDF, it's a lot of pages, page 18 of the PDF. Item 024119D. Remove tree and stump, 6 to 12 diameters is quoting $4,900. Another line item, 024119E. Another removal of tree and stump, $4,250. So you see that line by line, many pages, 52 pages of itemized bids.
That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is, does the contract allow you to say it's a child's menu, we're going to pick what we want and not what we don't want? It's a line item bid, but you may not have as much discretion as you think.
I guess what I'd say to that, Ed, is that these are small enough changes, you know.
No, it isn't.
These are small enough changes where, I mean, we're going to approve this agreement and allow the supervisor to execute change orders not to exceed 10% of 4.4 million. To give you an idea of the size versus Clara's 12 trees at $4,000.
It's a handful of-
And I know it's more complicated than 12 trees at $4,000, but I don't think it rises to the level of, and John, you know this better than I do, rises to the level of, well, now it's an unfair bidding process because
There
of
is
these
another,
changes.
this number 2 bidder is not that far off. I am concerned that what the impact might be of changing now. I don't know. The unknown scare, we got a lot of unknowns here.
Yeah, I mean, the phraseology of the resolution is only one piece of the equation. It's the implementation of that language. I don't know the answer, candidly, to that piece of this. Because if you just take it in a vacuum, the removal of a tree has a certain itemized cost, right? What does the non-removal of the tree do to the plan specifications is a separate question to which I do not know the answer. So if that necessitates changes, depending on the scope of those changes, we would then need to evaluate the scope of those changes to determine whether or not we are operating within the confines of the bid package and the award that we are providing, or it's a domino effect of sorts, and we may be looking at, because again, if it's a simple change within the amount that's being awarded and it's a de minimis alteration, it's likely not to be material. But I'm not hearing this board being capable of answering that question as they sit here tonight as to what would happen based on the scope of the amended resolution before the board, because that's really what we're talking about. The proposal on the floor is to amend the existing resolution to include those 3 changes. The question is, how are those 3 changes implemented into the design of the project, and correspondingly how that was bid by the lowest responsible bidder?
And thank you, John, for making those comments.
And perhaps the second lowest responsible.
All the bidders.
Because I looked at there were many faults in the design, some that would take much longer to fix and some that would affect the overall project. So that's why with the help of a lot of comments that I've heard in public safety meetings, public works meetings, planning board, conservation board, and town hall meetings, I've gathered all the feedback, and these were the 3 spots that would be least disruptive and actually save time and money. So this is specifically on the boundaries, the external boundaries of the site work, so that it wouldn't affect the project flow. It would actually be items that can be, just deducted from the overall bid, as well as, again, like I said, without disrupting the whole project. This is why I picked the specific 3 corners. Not that there's I identified many other places in the site work that could have been much improved, but understanding that would have delayed the project. So that's why I picked this 3, with that, with time in mind, obviously.
Can I throw something out here? This changing the scope and reducing scope just triggers contract law. So I did a quick Google search. I just want to throw this out if there's any talk about reducing scope. What AI says here, and John, let me know if this makes any sense.
I would say let's not.
It talks about
Thank you.
But it talks about
If we this is what I'll say. This is Glenn. This is what I'll say. This is what I'll say. If we have a question about the legalities of this action, then we can have an attorney-client privileged conversation about that. Right now,
we still
We
don't
can
have.
frame let me say this, Supervisor, the legalities of framing a resolution, I don't believe is necessarily the issue before the board, because we can craft a resolution that is legal. The issue is one of implementation of a motion amendment based on changes that Councilmember Sanguinetti wants to bring before this board in the form of removal of certain items from the bid. The practical result of the removal of those items is that the project will be modified. The nature of that modification, as we sit here tonight, is not entirely known to this board.
Right.
So the question is whether, depending on what the consultants would deem those changes to be, whether or not that necessitates further changes to the way we have bid this project and awarded it. I can't answer that question without understanding what, obviously, what those changes mean in the overall context of the modification of the scope. It could be nothing with respect to two of them, one of them, all three of them, right? I just don't know as I sit here tonight without getting that information, and it doesn't sound to me like the five members of the board know the answer to that question either. So the amendment itself, to pass an amendment would not, this board has discretion to adopt that amendment. The implementation of it, we may learn 2 days from now, 5 days from now, 2 months from now, that the result of that is a project scope modification that goes beyond what's simply proposed here, because you have to then change, because I'm just gonna, not to say that I am accepting it as being set in stone, but if this does change a stormwater management facility design, by way of example, they determine that not removing those trees or changing the alteration of the parking field requires a tweak in the stormwater management facilities in one of the corners of the town hall campus. We'll need to look at that and determine how that impacts the scope of the modifications. And so it's not identified in the resolution, but as a practical matter, we can't redesign the project and have it be effective without carrying that out.
Well,
Right?
John,
So that's what we need.
Would that come back to us in that circumstance? We authorize the amendment, we go forward. Oh my gosh, the stormwater drain's been affected in a way we didn't predict. We could then do a change order to correct that. Am I right?
We'd have to redesign the project.
Question is the question. So we are approving. We did a request for proposals, right? We competitively bid a project scope that these contractors have all, based on the same set of specifications, based on the same set of plans, provided the town. It's a valid question that I don't know the answer to, because at some point, the change order isn't just a change order. It's actually effectively modifying the scope of the bid through a change order. So there are permissible change orders. Obviously, we approve these as a matter of course all the time with respect to projects when we have circumstances that are unforeseen. The question is this an unforeseen circumstance as we sit here today?
And after a bid has been awarded.
And after the bid has been awarded, right? Like, for example, finding asbestos in the ceiling in phase one, right, 4 months after the fact is an unforeseen circumstance that required a change order to be implemented to, for the increased cost of remediation.
Well, it's why Claire's amendment, I think, would be inappropriate as a change order. Because then you could say, well, geez, you intended to stop the trees from being removed the whole time. But I think stopping the trees from being removed and then saying, oh, the water table is affected in a way we didn't predict, I think is a different circumstance.
So I guess I will ask, I'm not a site engineer, obviously, so the only real question in my mind is, how does the town implement the changes that Claire is requesting, right?
How can we proceed to analyze those changes? Is it a 2-day project with discussions with EDR? But I believe Claire I understand the concept may seem simple, but I agree very much with John that actually implementing those and itemizing them is is much more deep.
We don't
It's gonna
know
take
the
much more-
availability of the individuals involved in the design of the project. We have the proverbial bird in the hand. The farther we go away from that, the more difficult it is to know where we are going to be and not be able to ascertain whether we're doing the right thing. And the unknowns will come out.
So, to answer your question, Councilmember Werner, I mean, I don't know the answer to the timeline. Obviously, we can call EDR and say, we have a proposal that has been made in the form of an amendment to our, our bid. These are 3 specs that have been identified. What does that entail with respect to the project design? How long is that going to take for us to redesign it, and what are the ramifications of implementing those 3 measures? Are there things that will have to change because these things are changing? And so, I mean, I can just, from experience, just living the project, right? EDR has not turned plans in a matter of hours or days, to my knowledge, right? So I don't know how fast they will respond to the request. If they're on vacation and it takes us 2 weeks or a month or whatever it ends up being, right? I can't predict what EDR's, their staffing or bandwidth are to make the changes, but that will answer your question. I mean, ultimately, they would be able to tell us what this means in the form of the changes to the project, and if it really is just a function of minor tweaks, or if it is more involved than that, what that means in the overall context of the bid. So, I mean, the supervisor's the 3 options, right? We have a motion on the floor, we have an amended, a proposed amendment that that the board could adopt, but obviously with the unknown of how that gets implemented in the future.
And John's going to have to write something up.
And I'd have to write something up, which we could try to do. The special meeting, right? If you're going to put a special meeting on for next week, between today and next week, I don't know if you're going to have any more information from EDR to then bring into the next meeting to be able to craft something more specific, right? We don't know as we sit here at 11:13 tonight what the timeline or scenarios may be, right? So the board has to make a decision whether, we have a motion in a second, you could table that. We have an amendment that we can
try to write,
which then would need a second, right? And then that would become the motion on the floor. Or we have a motion that the board could vote on if it so chose tonight. I mean, those are your options.
But we're not going to be able to, I don't believe we're going to be able to write this up in the form of a resolution we can adopt tonight. I just don't see that's feasible.
Well, but John, we could vote on the amended, as I've read it, with the understanding that you will properly add it to the resolution.
I would not be comfortable
I'm not comfortable
in this context.
But I, along the lines of what Christine has said, we could table it and
Do it.
you could find out the questions from EDR, how quickly can they or can't they act, and what do they suggest might be the impact of those kinds of changes. And we may get something back by Monday that simply says, it's too complicated, the process is going to take too long, and you're going to miss this construction season in the meantime.
And then my question to my colleagues is, are we all ready to vote for this project if the bird in the hand is our only way of doing the work this year?
It would be extremely irresponsible to vote on what we have, and I'm still speaking, to vote on this right now without even knowing, like John said, I have identified 3 tweaks that wouldn't affect the drain, stormwater project, traffic flow, or any of the infrastructure. So if we're scared that EDR will take an extra day to answer us, we at least owe it to the people of this town to ask the question to EDR.
That was not my question, Clara.
That was just a comment, though not an answer, my comment.
Okay. I believe it may affect traffic flow because it may affect that egress point. But two, my question is, if we're going to look at spending a couple of precious days delaying this project, if it's determined that we can't come back on Monday and have a new design that we are ready to vote on, are my colleagues on the board ready to vote yes on Monday for this plan that we still believe can be done this year? I would like, I'm willing to consider working, but if what we're really doing is stalling this project without any kind of a commitment to move forward this year, that's not something, given all of the uncertainties, that I would be comfortable with undertaking at this point. If we're, and I will recognize, because I saw that you had your hand up.
If you're about to spend nearly $4.5 million on a project, right, which is what the numbers are coming in at, and the 10% contingency is $400,000. I've worked in the construction industry for a very long time, fortunately, but don't you feel with the number of people who showed up here tonight and were online and who have sent letters, one of them was George Smith, which you didn't read tonight, who is the Conservation Board, who are asking, if it's taxpayer money, it might be some federal money or county money, and the county legislator also is asking the questions. If so many people are asking the questions, couldn't you, for us, take a pause for 5 days, and if nothing can happen, then you can vote on the $4.5 million of our taxpayer monies and build something that the people. I mean, you can always vote on it in 5 days, right? That's
Well,
the other
we don't have 5 days. I mean, we're talking Monday because we're going to then be running into, and again, we don't know the scope of what these changes might entail.
Find out.
So, and if someone can A, find out on Monday, and B, promise they're going to vote for it on Monday, but that's not the answer that I heard.
Well, I don't know there's such a thing as promising.
No, I
but
know.
my inclination is to vote for the project so we can get it done this year. I frankly don't see these changes as being all that significant, or these concerns all that significant. These two trees.
Chris, here's.
No, the change of these trees is, apparently you're not listening to me, madam, all right? The changes of saving these particular trees that can be replanted in someplace else is not so great a concern that we should
Risk the
frustrate this
overall project.
And I've reached the point where
But I'm willing to consider saving them if we can, without any significant change. But we need to get more information, and I'm willing to wait 5 days to get there.
Again, let me just say this, because I've said it a couple of times now. The only thing that is on the floor is the main motion, the motion to approve the contract. We've been very lax because I think it's been important to be able to talk some of this through. But we've been talking about these related issues for quite a while. And we're not going to learn anything more here, now, tonight. So right now, the motion that's on the floor is to approve the contract. The motion has been made and seconded. Clara, you suggested the concept of another motion, but we do not have language to amend this existing motion. We would need specific language that would distinguish what you're proposing and what is in here. And what you have proposed has not been seconded, so that is not on the floor. And the third option that is also not on the floor is a specific motion to table. And I'll be, you know, I think we need to be very clear about what we're, you know, the duration, what our plans are, knowing that, again, I'm sorry, I have to bring up the unpleasant realities. This is not town hall. We can't tell you that this room is going to be available Monday or Thursday or some other time. There is a process under our lease that we have to follow, and you can shake your head all night long, but that is the reality of our lease with Empire State University.
Take 10 days, find a day.
And we have to go through that process just to determine that whether this room is available. And we don't have a lot of time to play around. So if we have a specific motion with language that someone can second, we have not heard that. We do not have that.
John, may I add a motion now?
Can Christine tried to say something a little while ago.
Yeah. We're at the point where we're making perfect the enemy of good enough. We also the clock is ticking, absolutely. We have a plan that has been reviewed, refined, modified based on input from the community. Not every element. So there are 37,000 people in the town of Brighton. No, listen, let me finish. There are 37,000 people in the town of Brighton. We are representative of the voters here. We make decisions based on the conversations that we have with as many people as we possibly can. There is a great group of people assembled here, and I have spoken with all of you, most of you. I'm sorry, I haven't spoken with you about this particular project, but many of you in the room about this project. I've spoken with others of the 37,000 people who live in Brighton who are aware of the project, who have talked to us about it. I have spoken with our professional colleagues here. I have spoken with the professionals that we hired to do the design work and continue to implement and refine and shape and get it as close as possible to what the library needs, what the courts need, what Brighton Police Department needs, and what Town Hall needs, and what will integrate into the recreation amenities behind the Town Hall complex. We know the 5 elements that will be there. We know that we will be working with designers who will take community input, and that is the most important element of the 3 phases that requires community input.
And they'll be stuck with whatever you determine works for phase 3 right now, right?
No.
How are we going to connect to the playground? Because we're gonna go down this path that we've already predetermined, so we know where the playground is.
We don't know where the playground will be set until. So let me finish, Serge. Let me finish. Point is, we all engage with the community. We go out, we are talking with our neighbors.
Please, Serge.
Serge, let me finish, please. We engage. I sat with you for almost 2 hours talking about this. Absolutely came back with a great feedback. We cannot solve all of the issues, just the 2 of us. I've talked with many. This project is
terrible. And we have to pay for that. And you haven't included, and you don't know what.
Mr. Swassman.
This project, this phase of this project has been sourced through so many people. Did it follow the process that many of us here wish it followed?
Why not?
Why not? Because we started out with an HVAC project that bled in.
Do with this.
it does have it to do with it. It started with an HVAC project that bled into a total gutting and rebuilding of our building that then led to, we know we need to repair that parking lot. Now we're at the point where when we tear up that field to put in the geothermal that we decided we needed for the building, which is a green decision, now we're at a point where we've got to repair what we've torn up for that. Let's move on and include the parking field to this. Now that we've gotten to that point, we know that we're also dealing with the recreation amenities, please let me finish.
No,
and the scope grew, but.
Can we have a discussion? I'm concerned we may need a attorney-client discussion.
If you can call for that at any point in this meeting, if you need the advice of counsel.
I'll wrap this, my rant up here. This plan meets the basic needs of all of the residents of that complex. It has good pedestrian circulation. It has improved, vastly improved, handicap parking. And I will pave a little more of the world to have better accessible parking. Not everyone is going to be able to give up a car and make their way around town on two wheels, much as it would be, delightful miracle. This gets us as close as we can to good enough for the most people, the most purposes. We all want.
It's not. If you have an opportunity, good enough is not good enough. $4.5 million for something we don't want, that's not good enough. It's good enough for you, not good enough for me, or 300 people that signed a petition. People that live on Southern Parkway don't know about this project. How do you feel about that? They don't want it. How come nobody told us?
John, may I introduce a motion?
For a vanity project. This is not a vanity project.
Hold, sir, Claire is asking me a question.
We can either have a motion or we can speak
So
with
I would like to introduce a motion.
an amendment.
Yeah, it'd be
Because
an amendment to the motion on the
So
floor.
I introduce an amendment to the motion that we approve the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town, as long as we can include 3 changes. Eliminating the parking expansion north of the library and restoring the area to green space with tree replacements. 2, resurfacing the existing town court parking area on the Elmwood side while preserving the trees. And 3, eliminating the proposed sidewalk around the island north of the police station to preserve the existing lawn and mature trees.
What I was going to say, but I don't know.
Do I need a
don't want to be
second?
out of order here, John.
Does that need a second?
It would need a second.
What I was going to say before, I don't want to be out of order here, John. Can I make a comment?
Under Roberts, no, but
rules.
because we have been flexible
Okay.
tonight, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's the supervisor presented three paths to take a beat, whether it's 5 days or next available possible business day. Just vote tonight. And I guess before we go forward with that motion, I guess I was curious as to my colleagues if they thought there was value in delaying the 5 days, or if the concerns outweigh that, because if my colleagues feel like there is value in waiting, then I would appreciate their concern.
Where I was going to
Yeah.
was, ultimately, let's take the time to noodle through proper language for a proposed amendment to the motion, so that it can be seconded if someone so agrees. Let's take the time to quickly check if EDR can even meet this need. And let's take the time to find a space. It may not be this room, it may be another room, but we've got a reasonable project plan in front of us that we don't agree on right out of the gate here. So let's take that time. That was what I was getting to. It's good enough for me at this point, but if we can take the time to find the answers to the questions and then reconvene, let's do it.
Well, okay, so then, thank you, Kristen, because I did want to rush forward if my colleagues felt that there was real value in waiting a few days, and I understand the supervisor's concerns that maybe in those few days we learn nothing new. And in that case, I just speaking for myself, would like to vote on the amendment and then this agreement at the same time.
I will not support the amendment, because that amendment in eliminating parking that is planned for here will, A, not only make it impossible to properly serve the mobility challenged community, but also will make a decision on the neighborhood scale recreation area that has been, is an integral part of this proposal, which, by the way, our state delegation has agreed to fund. So I would not, that is not a proposal that under any circumstances I would support.
Well, at this point, we don't have a second on that.
No, we
motion
don't.
To amend.
No, we don't.
Well, and again, you tell me if I'm out of order, John. If somebody were to make a motion to delay and that got a second, then Clara would have to withdraw her amendment, correct?
It's not, she hasn't.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's
so
nothing
without
there until
without a
it's
second, it's not formal
Okay.
before the board.
Okay.
And so someone could, at this point, make a motion to table it until a certain
Yes.
time.
Yes.
Well, then I move that we table this until Monday of next week, when we can reconvene in a special meeting.
I'll second that.
So repeat that, since it got a quick second. I want to make sure I understood what that motion was.
I move that we table the consideration of the motion to authorize the supervisor to enter into an agreement with Zoled's Construction Company until we can reconvene on Monday in a special meeting to take up this matter and this matter only.
That is the 18th of May?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
That's been seconded.
And that has been seconded. So there is a motion on the floor to table the pending resolution as proposed to Monday, May 18th. Time has not been determined, but that is the motion on the floor presently.
Point of order. If this room is not available at a reasonable time, I mean, I'm very sensitive to the time of day. I'm very sensitive to the process of getting approval. I don't know what happens, and the reason I've styled it as a point of order is I don't believe a motion to table can be debated. What happens if we cannot hold a meeting on Monday?
So if I may make a suggestion, procedurally speaking, for the board's consideration, and who, the motion was made by?
Christine.
Under town law, the supervisor, let me pull the exact language of the statute. So under town law, the supervisor, or upon the written request of two members of the town board, shall, within 10 days, call a special meeting. My suggestion would be that you authorize the supervisor to, in the event this room is not available on Monday, to call that special meeting at a different date and time as maybe mutually agreed upon. I think you need to build in a time that you can reschedule if you're not free on Monday, without having to reconvene the board to set a.
So here's another point of
Because I
order.
want because Supervisor, the reason I say that is because the motion on the floor was the tabling of the resolution to approve this contract. So I want that resolution, the tabling of that resolution, to be capable of being reconvened on Monday or such other date and time as may be capable of being scheduled based on the availability of the facility. If that makes sense. I know it's a little
To
late.
further my point of order, I mean, because, and I get it, when we don't know what time it would be, I'm not going to do it for, 10 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I just don't think that's reasonable for anybody. Certainly, who knows what everybody's work schedules might be that day. If we table it to a day certain, and we don't meet that day, sort of the tabling becomes kind of a nullity. Or what you're really saying is, I will then have to schedule a special meeting.
Well, you're going to schedule a special meeting, so you have 2 days to do it. So Monday, if that is your date, then by Friday, you as the supervisor will be scheduling that special meeting in order to convene this board to hear the tabled item, as is the current motion on the floor. So working with the town clerk, we will make sure that Monday, if we determine tomorrow that this facility is open, right, on Monday at 6 o'clock, let's just say for the sake of argument, then you carry out that resolution. We schedule a special meeting for Monday at 6 p.m. in this office. If we determine that there's a convention in this room from 9 a.m. until 10 p.m. and we don't have access, then my suggestion is that the resolution provide you the flexibility that the tabled event can be moved to such other date and time. So the tabling will continue. That is what I'm suggesting, so that we do not have effectively a nullity of a resolution because the facility is not available.
Another point of order, if I may?
Sure.
Is location an element that we can, if we can't get space here, but
Tabling doesn't, the tabled resolution.
I guess my question is, are we bound to meet here? Can the resolution to table it and reconvene on Monday be not location specific until we have a location set?
Well, so you're tabling the resolution. Now, that's a separate act from the town supervisor setting a special meeting in order to conduct any business that may come before this board, which can include the tabled item. So as a matter of procedure, if the resolution is again, we are trying to work on to be flexible here for the board schedule, not knowing the availability of this facility. So the motion can be to table the resolution to a special meeting to be scheduled at the direction of the supervisor at a time, date, and location to be identified. And then the supervisor is going to have to find that available time, date, and location. And it may very well be Monday in this room.
That's what I'm going to shoot for, just to be clear, if this motion were to pass, because we don't have time.
So that would require an amendment of your motion.
Yeah, I would suggest, so let me speak it out slowly. Your motion is going to be tabled. The resolution on the floor to accept the lowest responsible bid of this construction company for Phase 2 of the Town Hall renovation project. It's going to be tabled to a special meeting that is going to be scheduled by the supervisor at a date, time, and location in accordance with Town Law Section 62. I think that's the motion that should be on the floor, and then seconded for the town board's consideration, because that will allow the date to be selected. And whatever that date is, that is where the tabling will occur. That the tabled motion will then, the tabled resolution will then be placed on that agenda for that meeting.
So I move then that we table.
What he said.
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
To be scheduled by the town supervisor in accordance with Town Law Section 62.
Thank you.
There was a motion, there is a second.
And again, I do not believe that a motion to table is subject to debate.
Just a question for a non-attorney, non-Roberts expert. The motion and second on the original resolution are still floating, so this kind of just
That was a
In front of
table.
that.
Yeah,
That's-
This would supersede
that.
that.
Okay.
Well, it's
So
tabled,
no
it's
action.
effectively, there's a no action on that resolution, and it's
Just
tabled.
working for my minutes.
Yeah.
No, it's a good, it's a
Yeah,
real
it's a
good
good question.
question, Dan.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the motion to table.
Until the call
So we vote.
by the supervisor
Well, as the
pursuant
rest
to
of,
section
I
62.
didn't read the whole thing.
So Dan, you,
Motion seconded. We now have to.
Dan, you want
Call?
to?
Go on to the vote. So Councilmember Werner,
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado,
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman,
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti,
Nay.
Supervisor Mealy.
The members of the board showed me the courtesy of rescheduling committee meetings next week, and I appreciate that. I am concerned about all of the uncertainties that this even very short two-day delay poses, and it will not surprise me if we're not able to resolve something on Monday. But in light of the courtesy that you both, all four, showed tonight, while I would like to take a vote on the main motion tonight, I'll vote aye on the motion to table. Okay. Next item of new business. Somewhere I've got an agenda here. Thank you. Is the issuance of the $540,000 bond resolution to buy two pieces of equipment. Can I have a motion?
Bill, I move that we authorize the issuance of bonds in an amount not to exceed $540,000 for the purchase of a plow truck and backhoe / loader in accordance with the resolution before us.
Second.
And I would note that that does include a seeker determination, a type 2 seeker determination. And as we've discussed, that will be, if this passes, the anticipation is that these three bond issuances will be issued together.
Very good.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner,
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado,
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman,
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti,
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy.
Aye. And, yes, we have a motion to amend the
Non-represented employee
non-represented
salary and wage schedule.
employee salary and wage schedule with respect.
The next matter seeks to amend the non-represented employee's salary and wage schedule. I move that we approve this motion as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner,
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado,
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman,
Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti,
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy.
Aye. Matters of the supervisor, I'll pass.
I wanted, no. I have nothing.
Matters of the town clerk.
I'm the filibuster.
Matters of the attorney to the town.
I have no report. There is an executive session currently scheduled for, I believe it's
3 items.
3 items. I defer to the town board as to whether it wishes to enter into said executive session.
I think we should, and.
They're pretty straightforward.
They are straightforward, I think.
Okay. I move that we go into executive session.
Second.
I think it's to discuss, it's matters leading
Well,
to.
matters of the town board. I want to make sure we don't have any
Oh, yeah.
matters of the town board.
It's, and it's employment and appointment of particular people.
We-
3 matters.
And
Attorney-client privilege.
attorney-client discussion.
Yeah, all of the above.
And an attorney-client discussion.
Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Werner,
Aye.
Councilmember Corrado,
Aye.
Councilmember Salzman,
Yes. Aye.
Councilmember Sanguinetti,
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy.
Aye. Thank you, everybody, particularly to our Interpreters, I do not anticipate that we will be coming back out into open session. Our next town board meeting, though, because it's not 2 weeks from tonight, because of Eid al-Adha, we will be meeting on Thursday night, May 28th, in this room at 7 o'clock, and we will let everybody know, we will give notice as to the special meeting. Thank you to everybody that hung in with us.
Back in here. Police escort.
Yep.